Hello everyone, and welcome back in Shadow of Truth Stories. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, leave a comment letting me know where you are listening from. If you like these videos, please leave like and subscribe. On the night of March 31, 2006, 27-year-old Brian Schaffer, a medical student at Ohio State University, went out with friends to celebrate the start of spring break. What began as a carefree evening of drinks and laughter turned into one of the most perplexing missing persons cases in modern history. To this day, Brian's disappearance remains an enigma that has baffled investigators and armchair detectives alike. Brian was described as intelligent, charismatic, and ambitious, with dreams of becoming a doctor. He was close to his family, particularly his father, Randy, who had recently lost his wife, Brian's mother, to cancer. Despite the tragedy, Brian appeared to be handling the loss well and was looking forward to a planned trip to Miami with his girlfriend, Alexis Wagner, just days after his disappearance. On that fateful Friday night, Brian joined his friend Clint Florence for a night out in Columbus, Ohio. They started at the Ugly Tuna Se Leona, a popular bar near Ohio State's campus. Over the course of the evening, they visited several other bars in the area, drinking and socializing before returning to the Ugly Tuna around 1:15 a.m. Surveillance footage captured Brian, Clint, and another friend, Meredith Reed, riding the escalator up to the bar's entrance. The footage also showed Brian chatting briefly with two women near the top of the escalator. He appeared to say goodbye before walking back toward the bar. This was the last confirmed sighting of Brian. When the bar closed at 2 a.m., patrons began filtering out. Clint and Meredith waited outside for Brian, but he never appeared. Assuming he had gone home or left with someone else, they didn't think much of it at the time. However, when Brian failed to show up for his flight to Miami 2 days later, his family became alarmed. They reported him missing, and an investigation was launched. The initial search focused on the Ugly Tuna Se Leona and its surrounding areas. Investigators reviewed the bar's security footage and were stunned to find no evidence of Brian leaving. Every exit from the bar was covered by cameras, yet Brian seemed to have vanished without a trace. This led to the chilling question: how could someone disappear from a crowded bar without being seen? Police expanded their search, checking nearby dumpsters, alleyways, and construction sites. Divers scoured the Olentangy River, and flyers with Brian's photo were distributed throughout Columbus. Despite these efforts, no trace of him was found. Brian's phone, credit cards, and bank accounts showed no activity, and no witnesses came forward with information about his whereabouts. As the investigation progressed, theories about Brian's disappearance began to emerge. One of the most plausible scenarios was that he had left the bar through an exit not covered by cameras, possibly one leading to a construction site nearby. Some speculated that he could have fallen or been injured in the area, but no evidence supported this theory. Another possibility was that Brian had chosen to disappear intentionally. Friends and family were divided on this idea. While some pointed to his grief over his mother's death as a potential motivator, others argued that Brian was excited about his future and deeply in love with Alexis, making it unlikely that he would abandon his life. Foul play was also considered. Could Brian have been the victim of a robbery or an abduction? The area around the Ugly Tuna Se Leona was known for occasional crime, but again, there was no evidence to suggest this had occurred. Suspicion even fell on Clint, the friend who had been with Brian that night. Clint refused to take a polygraph test, raising eyebrows among both police and the public. However, there was no concrete evidence linking him to Brian's disappearance, and he maintained his innocence. Over the years, the case has generated numerous leads, including alleged sightings of Brian in various locations, but none have been substantiated. In 2019, police received a tip about human remains found in a creek near Columbus, but DNA testing confirmed they were not Brian's. Brian's father, Randy, remained steadfast in his search for answers until his tragic death in 2008, when he was struck by a falling tree. This left Alexis and Brian's remaining family to continue the search. To this day, they hold out hope that one day the mystery will be solved. The disappearance of Brian Schaffer is a haunting reminder of how someone can vanish without a trace, even in a crowded, public place. Was he a victim of foul play, an accident, or his own desire to disappear. Nearly 2 decades later, his case remains a chilling enigma that continues to confound investigators and captivate the public. Let's move to our next story. On the evening of October 21, 1978, Frederick Valentic, a 20-year-old Australian pilot, vanished while flying over the Bass Strait between the Australian mainland and Tasmania. What makes this disappearance extraordinary is the chilling radio transmission Valentic made to air traffic control before he and his plane disappeared forever. To this day, the case of Frederick Valentic remains one of aviation's most enduring and eerie mysteries, shrouded in theories of extraterrestrial intervention and unanswered questions. Frederick Valentic was an aspiring pilot with a strong passion for aviation. Although he had failed several exams required for commercial flight qualifications, he remained determined to build a career in the skies. On the day of his disappearance, Valentic rented a single-engine Cessna 182L from Moorabbin Airport in Melbourne. His stated purpose was to fly to King Island, a small island in the Bass Strait, to pick up some friends and seafood. However, there were inconsistencies in his plans. No one at King Island expected his arrival, and he hadn't arranged for cargo or passengers to be waiting there. At 6:19 p.m., Valentic departed from Moorabbin Airport under clear skies, heading south over the water. About an hour into his flight, at 7:06 p.m., Valentic radioed Melbourne Air Traffic Control to report an unidentified aircraft following him. He described the object as having 4 bright lights, moving at high speed, and approaching him from the east. The air traffic controller, Steve Roby, checked radar but saw no signs of another aircraft in Valentic's vicinity. Undeterred, Valentic insisted that the craft was real and behaving strangely. "It seems to be playing some sort of game," Valentic said, his voice calm but confused. "It's flying over me, 2-3 times, at speeds I cannot identify." Moments later, Valentic described the object as long, metallic, and glowing with a green light. He reported that it seemed to be hovering above him and emitting an unusual pulsating light. His voice grew more tense as he explained that his Cessna's engine was sputtering and that he was experiencing difficulty controlling the aircraft. At 7:12 p.m., Valentic's last words to air traffic control were haunting: "It's not an aircraft." The transmission abruptly ended, followed by 17 seconds of a metallic, scraping sound. Despite immediate efforts to re-establish contact, Valentic and his plane were never heard from again. The disappearance triggered a massive search operation involving both air and sea units. Over the next 4 days, search teams scoured 1,000 square miles of ocean and coastline but found no trace of Valentic or his Cessna. The absence of wreckage, oil slicks, or any other evidence deepened the mystery. Theories about what happened to Valentic span a wide spectrum. The most controversial and widely discussed hypothesis involves UFOs. Valentic's description of the object, its shape, lights, and erratic movements, matched common reports of unidentified flying objects. His final words, combined with the metallic sound recorded during the transmission, have led many to believe that Valentic encountered an extraterrestrial craft and was abducted or destroyed. Adding fuel to this theory, several witnesses in southern Australia reported seeing strange lights in the sky around the time of Valentic's disappearance, though these sightings remain anecdotal. Skeptics have proposed alternative explanations. Some believe Valentic became disoriented and confused Venus or other celestial objects for another aircraft. This theory posits that he was flying upside down without realizing it, and his plane crashed into the ocean. However, pilots familiar with the Cessna 182L argue that it would have been nearly impossible for Valentic to maintain upside-down flight for an extended period without realizing his error. Others suggest that Valentic staged his own disappearance. He had a history of failing pilot exams and was reportedly under personal and professional stress. This theory hypothesizes that Valentic deliberately flew his plane out to sea, either to start a new life or to end his own. However, those close to him, including his family, have dismissed this idea, citing his enthusiasm for aviation and lack of evidence for suicidal tendencies. Another theory suggests that Valentic may have encountered an experimental military craft. The Bass Strait region was known for military exercises, and some theorists speculate that Valentic's mysterious object was a classified aircraft or drone. This theory, however, fails to explain the lack of radar evidence and the bizarre details Valentic described. In the decades since his disappearance, the case has remained a magnet for UFO enthusiasts, skeptics, and aviation experts alike. The Australian Department of Transport conducted an investigation but was unable to determine the cause of Valentic's disappearance. The official report simply concluded that the incident was presumed fatal. Frederick Valentic's story has inspired books, documentaries, and countless debates. His father, Guido Valentic, was a vocal proponent of the UFO theory and spent years seeking answers, even claiming that witnesses had told him they saw a large, unidentified craft in the area on the night of his son's disappearance. Over time, the lack of evidence and the passage of years have only deepened the enigma. The case of Frederick Valentic is one of those rare mysteries that refuses to fade. Was he the victim of a tragic accident, a deliberate act, or an encounter with something beyond our understanding? With no wreckage, no definitive answers, and a chilling final transmission, the disappearance of Frederick Valentic remains a haunting chapter in the annals of aviation and unexplained phenomena. Our next story unravels the baffling and controversial case of Tamla Horsford, a woman who died under mysterious circumstances during what was supposed to be a friendly gathering. On the evening of November 3, 2018, Tamla Horsford, a 40-year-old mother of 5, attended an overnight party at the home of Jean Mayers in Forsyth County, Georgia. The gathering was a football mom's party, intended to celebrate friendships formed through their children's sports activities. Tamla was the only black woman in attendance, a detail that would later become a point of controversy. The party was light-hearted, filled with drinks, games, and camaraderie. Tamla, known for her warm personality and outgoing nature, brought tequila as a gift and seemed to be enjoying herself. Over the course of the evening, she was seen socializing, laughing, and even calling her husband to check in. However, by the morning of November 4th, Tamla was found dead in the backyard. She was lying face down in the grass, dressed in her pajamas, with visible injuries. The homeowners called 911, reporting that Tamla had fallen from the balcony overnight. The initial investigation by the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office concluded that Tamla's death was accidental. Authorities stated that she had likely fallen while intoxicated, noting a blood alcohol level of 0.238, nearly 3 times the legal driving limit. They also cited traces of THC and Xanax in her system, though Tamla had no prescription for the latter. Despite the official ruling, Tamla's family and friends raised serious questions about the circumstances surrounding her death. Her injuries, which included blunt force trauma to her head, a broken wrist, and lacerations, seemed inconsistent with a simple fall. Additionally, the positioning of her body and the lack of debris or disturbance on the balcony rail suggested something more sinister. Compounding the suspicion were inconsistencies in witness statements. Some party attendees changed their accounts of the night, and others admitted to deleting texts and photos. Jean Mayer's boyfriend, who was in the house that night, worked in law enforcement, further fueling allegations of a potential cover-up. The case drew widespread attention in 2020, amid heightened awareness of racial inequality and injustice in the United States. Advocates pointed out that Forsyth County had a history of racial tension, and many questioned whether Tamla's race played a role in how her death was handled. Social media campaigns and petitions called for a reinvestigation, and public pressure led to the case being reopened by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, GBI. In 2021, after reviewing the evidence, the GBI concluded that there was no foul play in Tamla's death, reaffirming the initial ruling of accidental death. However, critics argue that the investigation was incomplete and lacked transparency. They point to the lack of forensic evidence, the mishandling of the crime scene, and the failure to thoroughly investigate the party attendees as major flaws in the case. To this day, Tamla Horsford's death remains a source of pain and controversy. Her family continues to demand answers, believing that the full truth has yet to come to light. The case serves as a sobering reminder of the need for accountability and justice, particularly when societal biases and systemic flaws may be at play. Whether Tamla's death was a tragic accident or something more sinister, her story has left an indelible mark, sparking conversations about race, justice, and the value of a thorough investigation. It remains a haunting mystery that continues to resonate with those seeking the truth. In this unsettling tale, we recount the mysterious disappearance of Brandon Swanson, a young man who vanished during a late-night phone call, leaving behind a trail of baffling clues but no answers. On the night of May 14, 2008, 19-year-old Brandon Swanson, a student at Minnesota West Community and Technical College, was celebrating the end of the school year with friends in Canby, Minnesota. After a night of socializing, Brandon decided to drive home to Marshall, a journey of roughly 30 miles. However, he never made it. At around 1:15 a.m., Brandon accidentally drove his car into a ditch along a rural gravel road. Unharmed but unable to free his car, he called his parents, Brian and Annette Swanson, to ask for help. He told them he believed he was near Lind, a small town about 10 minutes from their home. His parents immediately set out to pick him up. Brandon stayed on the phone with his father, guiding him toward what he believed was his location. However, when Brian arrived, there was no sign of Brandon or his car. Both father and son grew frustrated as they tried to figure out where Brandon was. Brandon decided to walk toward the lights of a nearby town, which he could see in the distance, while his parents followed in their car along nearby roads. At 2 a.m., still on the phone with his father, Brandon suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, shit," before the call abruptly ended. Panicked, Brian and Annette called Brandon back repeatedly, but he didn't answer. They drove around the area for hours, honking their horn and calling out his name, but there was no sign of him. At sunrise, they contacted the authorities, and a search began. Brandon's car was quickly located, but it was 25 miles away from where he had told his parents he thought he was. The car was near the town of Taunton, not Lind, suggesting he had become disoriented while driving. The area was remote, with little more than farmland and open fields. Investigators found no evidence of foul play at the scene, and the car appeared undamaged. Search teams, including police, volunteers, and search dogs, combed the area where Brandon's car was found. Dogs followed his scent to the edge of the Yellow Medicine River, a shallow but fast-moving body of water. Some believed Brandon may have fallen into the river and drowned, but no trace of him was ever found in the water or on its banks. One of the most perplexing aspects of the case is the lack of physical evidence. Despite extensive searches, there were no footprints, clothing, or personal items to suggest where Brandon might have gone after the phone call ended. If he had drowned in the river, his body or belongings would likely have surfaced over time, but none were ever recovered. Over the years, theories about Brandon's disappearance have proliferated. One possibility is that he became disoriented while walking in the dark and succumbed to hypothermia, a plausible outcome given the cool temperatures that night. However, this theory doesn't explain why no remains have ever been found, even after repeated searches. Another theory suggests Brandon may have fallen into an unmarked well, cistern, or sinkhole, which are common in rural areas and can be difficult to locate. Such an accident could explain the lack of evidence, as his body might be hidden beneath the ground. However, searches of the area have yet to uncover any such hazards. Some speculate that Brandon may have been the victim of foul play, though there is no evidence to support this. The remote location and lack of witnesses make this theory difficult to investigate, leaving it as pure conjecture. Brandon's disappearance has had a lasting impact on his family and community. His parents have become advocates for missing persons legislation, pushing for laws that improve search and rescue procedures. In 2009, the state of Minnesota passed Brandon's Law, requiring law enforcement to take immediate action when an adult is reported missing, even if there is no evidence of foul play. More than 15 years later, Brandon Swanson's fate remains a mystery. His case is a haunting reminder of how easily someone can vanish, even in the modern age. What happened that night along the gravel roads of rural Minnesota? Did Brandon fall victim to an accident, or is there something more sinister behind his disappearance? The truth remains elusive, leaving his family and the world to wonder. In our next chilling story, we visit the ghostly past of the Breckenridge Boarding School, an institution that stood for decades as a place of learning and discipline, but became infamous for the disturbing events that led to its abandonment. Hidden deep in the misty moors of northern Scotland, the school was once an esteemed place, shaping the young minds of those sent there, but the tragic events that unfolded within its walls turned it into a place of dark legends and unanswered mysteries. Breckenridge Boarding School was built in the late 19th century, originally founded by the wealthy Rutherford family to provide a strict, high-class education for young boys. With its towering stone walls, narrow windows, and Gothic spires, Breckenridge seemed imposing even on the brightest of days, but it was the kind of place where discipline and structure were seen as virtues. Boys were sent there to be molded into men, doctors, lawyers, and officers of the crown. The headmaster, Sir Reginald Pritchard, was known for his stern demeanor and unyielding standards. He was both respected and feared by his students and staff, a man who commanded order and discipline above all else. Beneath the rigid facade, though, dark rumors began to circulate, rumors of strange punishments, of students disappearing, and of cries echoing through the corridors late at night. The true horror began in the winter of 1927. It started with a student named William Hargrave, a quiet and reserved boy, known for his keen intellect but also for his shy, solitary nature. William began telling his classmates that he saw the pale man watching him from the end of the hallway at night. At first, the other boys laughed, teasing him about ghosts and playing pranks to scare him further. But as the weeks went by, William's demeanor changed drastically. He became withdrawn, his eyes hollow, dark circles forming under them as if he hadn't slept in days. He stopped eating, muttering to himself about the man in the shadows who watched him from the corners of the dormitory. When he spoke to the headmaster about it, Pritchard dismissed his claims, attributing them to an overactive imagination or a plea for attention. One stormy night in late January, William vanished. The students woke to find his bed empty, the covers thrown aside, and the dormitory door wide open. A search was conducted across the entire estate, but no trace of William was ever found. It was as if he had simply walked out into the storm and disappeared into the moors. The school attempted to continue as normal, dismissing William's disappearance as a tragic accident, perhaps a runaway who had gotten lost in the treacherous winter landscape. But the students knew better. The whispers grew louder, stories spreading among them about sightings of the pale man, a tall figure, barely more than a silhouette, glimpsed in the shadows of the corridors, or standing at the far end of the dining hall, watching them in silence. The following month, another boy disappeared. Thomas Hallow, who had shared the same dormitory as William, was found missing one morning. This time, there were signs of a struggle, deep scratch marks on the wooden floor beside his bed, as if he had been dragged away. Fear swept through the students. They begged to leave, writing letters to their families, but many were ignored. The headmaster assured the parents that the rumors were unfounded, that the boys were simply playing on each other's fears, but behind closed doors, even the staff had begun to grow uneasy. Things escalated quickly after that. Students reported strange occurrences, doors that would slam shut on their own, footsteps echoing through the halls at night when no one was there, and the faint sound of a child's voice sobbing deep within the walls. Some of the boys swore they heard whispers, soft, insistent voices calling their names in the dead of night, urging them to come closer, to step into the darkness. A few of the teachers, too, began to speak of feeling watched, of seeing glimpses of movement in the mirrors that lined the main hallway. Then, one night, the headmaster himself vanished. Sir Reginald Pritchard, a man who had prided himself on his stoicism, his belief that fear was something to be conquered, not indulged, disappeared without a trace. His quarters were found in disarray, his desk overturned, and deep gouges were left in the wooden floor, as if he had been clawing at it, trying to resist something unseen. That was the breaking point. The remaining teachers and staff, fearing for their own lives, quickly evacuated the students, sending them home to their families with no explanation other than that the school was closing indefinitely. Brackenridge was abandoned, its doors locked, its halls left to decay. But the story of Brackenridge boarding school did not end there. For decades, the old building stood in silence, its windows dark and empty. Locals from the nearby village spoke of strange lights coming from the school at night, flickering candles seen through the broken glass, shadows moving across the walls. The few brave souls who dared venture close enough claimed to hear the sounds of children crying, the echoes of footsteps, and the unmistakable presence of something watching them from within. In 1953, a group of paranormal investigators decided to explore the abandoned school, determined to uncover the truth behind the ghostly tales. They brought with them cameras, recording devices, and an unwavering curiosity. What they found only deepened the mystery. The recordings captured strange anomalies, whispers that grew louder the longer they stayed, and a deep, resonant thudding sound that seemed to come from beneath the floor. One of the investigators claimed to have seen a figure at the end of the hallway, a tall, pale man, standing motionless, watching them with hollow eyes. They left that night, shaken and terrified, never to return. The legend of Brackenridge continues to this day. Some say that the restless spirits of the lost boys still wander its halls, searching for a way out, forever trapped within the cold stone walls of the school. Others believe that whatever dark force had haunted William Hargrave all those years ago still resides there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for new souls to claim. The school remains abandoned, slowly being reclaimed by nature as ivy winds its way up the crumbling walls, and the roof caves in from years of neglect. But even in its ruin, there is an air of malevolence that surrounds Brackenridge. No birds sing near it, and even the bravest of explorers refuse to enter once the sun begins to set. To this day, if you find yourself near the old school at night, some say you can still hear the echoes of the past, the laughter of children twisted into cries of fear, the slamming of doors, and the soft, insistent whispers calling out to anyone who dares to listen. And if you are unfortunate enough, you might just catch a glimpse of him, the pale man, waiting silently at the end of the corridor, watching, always watching, as if waiting for the next name to call. Let's continue with another story. On February 9, 2004, 21-year-old Maura Murray, a nursing student at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, vanished after a car crash on a rural road in Haverhill, New Hampshire. Her disappearance has since become one of the most perplexing and widely debated missing persons cases in modern history, spawning countless theories but no definitive answers. Maura was a bright and athletic young woman with a promising future. However, her life in the weeks leading up to her disappearance was fraught with personal struggles. She had recently been involved in a car accident that caused significant damage to her father's vehicle, and there were hints of trouble in her relationship with her boyfriend, Billy Roche. Despite this, no one in Maura's life could have predicted the events that unfolded. On the morning of February 9th, Maura emailed her professors and employer, informing them of a fabricated family emergency that would require her to leave campus for a few days. She packed her belongings, including personal items and school books, and withdrew $280 from an ATM. Maura also purchased alcohol, including a box of wine and several bottles of liquor. She then set off in her black satin sedan, heading north into New Hampshire. At around 7:30 p.m., Maura's car skidded off Route 112 and crashed into a snowbank near the small town of Haverhill. A nearby resident, a school bus driver named Butch Atwood, noticed the crash and offered to help. Maura declined, saying she had already called for roadside assistance, though phone records later revealed she had made no such call. Atwood, concerned for her safety, returned home and contacted the police. By the time authorities arrived about 10 minutes later, Maura was gone. The scene left behind was puzzling. Maura's car was locked, and the windshield was cracked. Inside, police found her packed belongings, the alcohol she had purchased, and an empty soda bottle that smelled of alcohol. Her cell phone and credit cards were missing, but there had been no activity on them since the crash. Strangely, there were no footprints leading away from the vehicle, and sniffer dogs lost her scent about 100 yards down the road, suggesting she may have been picked up by another vehicle. The initial search for Maura focused on the surrounding woods and nearby towns, but no trace of her was found. As days turned into weeks, her disappearance became a national story, drawing the attention of amateur sleuths, true crime enthusiasts, and media outlets. Yet, despite the widespread interest, the case remained stagnant. Theories about Maura's disappearance range from the plausible to the bizarre. One of the most commonly proposed scenarios is that Maura, overwhelmed by her personal problems, intentionally vanished to start a new life. However, her family and friends strongly dispute this, arguing that Maura would never have abandoned her loved ones without a word. Another theory suggests Maura may have been the victim of foul play. The remote location of the crash, combined with the brief window of time between her disappearance and the arrival of the police, has led some to believe that Maura was abducted. However, no evidence of a struggle or a perpetrator has ever surfaced. Some have speculated that Maura succumbed to the elements after wandering into the woods in a disoriented or intoxicated state. However, extensive searches of the area have yielded no signs of her remains, making this theory less likely as time goes on. The case has also attracted more outlandish theories, including suggestions of Maura being involved in a conspiracy or encountering a serial killer. While intriguing, these ideas lack evidence and remain in the realm of speculation. Maura's disappearance has had a profound impact on her family, particularly her father, Fred Murray, who has tirelessly pursued answers. Over the years, Fred has criticized law enforcement for what he perceives as mismanagement of the case and has conducted his own searches and investigations. Despite his efforts, the mystery remains unsolved. In 2017, the case was reopened, and new investigators were assigned to review the evidence. While the renewed attention brought hope, it has yet to uncover any significant breakthroughs. Mora's disappearance continues to captivate the public, with online forums, podcasts, and documentaries dedicated to unraveling the truth. The story of Maura Murray is a haunting reminder of how quickly a person can vanish and how the lack of closure can leave a void for those left behind. Was she a victim of circumstance, a calculated disappearance, or something far darker? Nearly 2 decades later, the mystery endures, leaving behind a trail of questions that may never be answered. Our next story takes us to the secluded and sinister Blackwood Manor, a place shrouded in mystery and ghostly tales that have terrified the local community for decades. Situated deep within the dense forested hills of northern England, the grand, sprawling manor had stood abandoned for years, its dark windows staring out blankly over the surrounding landscape. The few locals who dared speak of it would tell chilling stories of strange lights and ghostly figures moving through the halls, and of the doomed family that once called Blackwood Manor their home. Blackwood Manor was built in 1867 by the wealthy Blackwood family, an old and respected lineage known for their fortune amassed through the coal mines of the region. The patriarch, Lord Albert Blackwood, moved into the manor with his wife, Lady Eleanor, and their 2 children, Edward and Catherine. It was said that the family led a life of grandeur, hosting lavish parties attended by aristocrats and prominent figures from across the country. Yet, despite the wealth and prosperity, something dark seemed to linger in the shadowy corners of Blackwood Manor. The trouble began in the winter of 1871. Lady Eleanor, once known for her warmth and beauty, began to suffer from inexplicable bouts of paranoia. She would wander the halls at night, muttering about shadows and unseen figures. Servants spoke of how she refused to enter certain rooms, particularly the East Wing, claiming that they were watching her from the darkness. She grew pale, withdrawn, and eventually confined herself to her chambers, refusing to see even her own children. Lord Blackwood, desperate to help his wife, consulted doctors, spiritualists, and even occultists, hoping for a cure to her madness. Despite his efforts, Lady Eleanor's condition worsened, and she took her own life one stormy night, throwing herself from the 3rd floor balcony. Her body was found in the garden below, her eyes wide with terror, as if she had seen something horrifying just before her death. After Eleanor's passing, Lord Blackwood fell into a deep depression, and the once lively manor turned cold and quiet. The servants left one by one, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere that seemed to permeate every room. Those who stayed claimed to hear Lady Eleanor's footsteps echoing through the halls late at night, her sobs carried on the wind through the empty corridors. A year later, tragedy struck again. Edward, the eldest child, vanished without a trace. It was said that he had been seen in the East Wing the night he disappeared, his face pale, his eyes wide with fear. Search parties combed the estate and the surrounding woods, but no sign of Edward was ever found. The local villagers whispered that whatever had driven Lady Eleanor to madness had now taken Edward. The few remaining servants fled in terror, leaving only Lord Blackwood and young Catherine alone in the vast, empty house. Lord Blackwood, now a broken man, became obsessed with finding answers. He began studying old books on the occult, convinced that some malevolent force had taken hold of his family. He spent his days in the library, surrounded by dusty tomes, and his nights wandering the halls, searching for any sign of his lost son. Catherine, now just 10 years old, was often left alone, her father too consumed by his grief and obsession to care for her. One night, during a particularly fierce storm, the villagers saw strange lights emanating from the manor. Flickering blue flames seemed to dance across the windows, and shadows moved erratically behind the curtains. The next morning, the house was silent, and no one emerged. When the villagers finally mustered the courage to enter Blackwood Manor, they found it empty. Lord Blackwood and Catherine were gone, leaving behind no trace except for a strange symbol scrawled on the floor of the East Wing, a circle with interlocking lines, drawn in what looked like blood. From that day on, Blackwood Manor was abandoned, left to decay amidst the overgrown grounds and encroaching forest. But the house was far from empty. Over the years, those who dared approach the manor spoke of ghostly figures seen through the broken windows. Lady Eleanor, wandering the halls in her flowing white gown, her eyes hollow and lost. Edward, standing at the top of the stairs, staring down with a vacant expression. And Lord Blackwood, his shadow flickering in the library late at night, still searching for answers that would never come. It was said that on stormy nights, the strange blue flames would return, flickering in the windows as the ghosts of the Blackwoods relived their final, tragic moments. Local children dared each other to approach the manor, but none ever stayed for long. The air around the house felt heavy, as if the very walls were holding their breath, waiting for something, or someone, to return. The most chilling part of the legend, however, was the story of Catherine. Unlike the rest of her family, her ghost was never seen in the manor. Instead, her voice was sometimes heard, soft, distant, calling out for help from deep within the woods that surrounded the estate. Some claimed that if you stood at the edge of the forest at dusk, you could hear her calling, her voice carried on the wind, begging to be found. In the years since, numerous attempts have been made to uncover the truth behind Blackwood Manor. Paranormal investigators, historians, and thrill-seekers alike have ventured into the decaying house, hoping to capture evidence of the hauntings or to understand what dark force had taken hold of the Blackwood family. Many reported strange occurrences, cold spots, sudden drafts, whispers that seemed to come from nowhere. A few claimed to have seen Lady Eleanor, her face twisted in agony, or Lord Blackwood, his figure silhouetted against the library window. Yet, despite the numerous investigations, no definitive answers have ever been found. What drove Lady Eleanor to madness? What happened to young Edward and Catherine? And what was the meaning of the strange symbol scrawled on the floor of the East Wing? The secrets of Blackwood Manor remain locked within its crumbling walls, the answers obscured by layers of dust and time. Today, the manor stands as a decaying monument to the tragedy that unfolded within its halls. The roof has begun to collapse, and ivy crawls up the stone walls, slowly reclaiming the house for nature. But even in its ruin, the aura of dread remains. No birds sing in the trees surrounding the manor, and no animals venture near. The locals avoid it, refusing to speak of the Blackwoods or the strange occurrences that continue to plague the area. And yet, on stormy nights, when the wind howls through the forest and the sky is lit by flashes of lightning, the blue flames are still said to appear, flickering in the windows of the East Wing. The ghosts of the Blackwood family are still there, trapped between this world and the next, forever searching for the peace that eluded them in life. In tonight's story, we journey into the heart of Widow's Hollow, a place of mystery and tragedy that has captured the fear and fascination of many over the years. Nestled deep in the Appalachian Mountains, Widow's Hollow earned its eerie name long ago, when the unfortunate fate of its inhabitants became more than just coincidence. It became a legend that haunted the entire region. The story begins in the late 1800s, when a small community settled in the hollow, drawn by the promise of fertile land and plentiful game. The community thrived for several years, with settlers building cabins, tending to their livestock, and growing their families. At the center of this community lived Mary Walker, known to everyone as Widow Walker. She was a striking figure, with long silver hair and piercing blue eyes. She was both respected and feared, known for her deep knowledge of herbs, potions, and folk remedies. Mary's husband had died under mysterious circumstances, disappearing into the woods one winter night only to be found weeks later, his body frozen, his face twisted in an expression of sheer terror. After that, the villagers began to whisper about Mary, wondering if there was something unnatural about her, something that had driven her husband to such a gruesome fate. Despite their fears, they still came to her for help when their children fell ill or when they needed guidance through the harsh winters. But everything changed in the winter of 1883. A terrible sickness swept through the hollow. It began with a fever, then chills, and finally, hallucinations that left the afflicted screaming and clawing at invisible specters. Mary worked tirelessly to save the villagers, administering her herbal remedies and caring for the sick as best as she could. Despite her efforts, many succumbed to the illness, including nearly all the men of the hollow. Those who survived spoke of dark visions in their fevered states, of shadowy figures standing at their bedsides, of whispers that seemed to come from nowhere. The villagers, desperate for someone to blame, turned their fear and grief on Mary. They accused her of witchcraft, of bringing the sickness upon them as punishment for the distrust they had shown her after her husband's death. They claimed she had called upon dark forces, that she had summoned spirits to take revenge on the hollow. In their rage, they dragged her from her cabin to the center of the village, and there, beneath the old oak tree, they hanged her. As she stood on the makeshift gallows, her face bruised and her hands bound, Mary uttered her final words, a curse upon those who had wronged her. She swore that they, and their descendants, would never know peace, that the hollow would forever be haunted by the spirits they had accused her of summoning. Her voice, they said, carried on the wind, echoing through the trees as the rope tightened around her neck. The villagers buried her body at the edge of the hollow, far from consecrated ground, hoping that it would be enough to end the curse. But it wasn't. Over the years, Widow's Hollow fell into decay. The sickness returned each winter, and each time it took more lives. The men who had condemned Mary were the first to fall, followed by their wives and children. By the turn of the century, the hollow was almost entirely abandoned. Those who remained spoke of strange occurrences, of lights moving through the woods at night, of shadows that seemed to have a life of their own, and of a figure in a flowing black dress wandering the hollow, her face hidden beneath a veil. It was said that if you ventured into Widow's Hollow after dark, you could hear Mary Walker's voice on the wind, whispering her curse, calling out the names of those who had wronged her. Some claimed that her spirit was not alone, that the spirits of the men who had accused her also haunted the hollow, their twisted forms seen lurking in the woods, forever bound to the place by the curse they had brought upon themselves. In 1921, a group of loggers, unaware of the hollow's dark past, set up camp there, hoping to clear the woods for timber. On their first night, they were awoken by the sound of crying, a woman's voice, mournful and filled with pain. They searched the camp, but found nothing. The next night, the crying returned, louder this time, echoing through the hollow. One of the men claimed he saw a figure standing at the edge of the clearing, a woman in a black dress, her face pale and her eyes hollow. He described how she raised her hand, pointing towards him, and how an overwhelming sense of dread filled him, as if death itself was reaching out to claim him. The loggers left the hollow the next morning, abandoning their tools and supplies. They spoke of a presence in the woods, something that watched them, something that moved silently among the trees, always just out of sight. They warned others to stay away, and the hollow was once again left to the spirits. In the decades that followed, Widow's Hollow became a place of legend, a cursed land, haunted by the restless spirit of Mary Walker. Locals avoided it, refusing to enter the hollow even during the day. Hunters who wandered too close spoke of feeling an unnatural chill in the air, of hearing whispers that seemed to come from the very earth beneath their feet. Some claimed they saw Mary herself, standing beneath the old oak tree where she had been hanged, her eyes filled with a sorrow that seemed to pierce their very souls. Despite its reputation, the hollow drew the attention of thrill seekers and paranormal investigators, each hoping to catch a glimpse of the ghostly widow. Many left with strange stories, of equipment that malfunctioned, of eerie voices captured on tape, and of sightings of a veiled figure moving silently through the mist. One group claimed they found the old grave where Mary had been buried, the earth around it disturbed as if something had clawed its way out. To this day, Widow's Hollow remains a place of fear and mystery. The old cabins have long since crumbled, reclaimed by the forest, but the land itself seems to hold on to the sorrow and rage of its tragic past. On stormy nights, when the wind howls through the trees and the mist rolls in, some say you can still hear the sound of Mary Walker's voice, her curse carried on the wind, a reminder of the injustice that led to her death. And if you are brave, or foolish, enough to venture into the hollow after dark, you might just see her standing there, beneath the ancient oak, her face hidden beneath her dark veil, her eyes watching, forever waiting for those who wronged her, forever bound to Widow's Hollow, where her story began and ended, but her spirit remains. In this chilling tale, we recount the eerie and tragic death of Eliza Lamb, a young woman whose disappearance and demise at the Cecil Hotel became one of the most perplexing mysteries in modern history. Eliza Lamb was a 21-year-old Canadian college student visiting Los Angeles during a solo trip along the West Coast. Described as bright, creative, and social, Eliza kept a blog where she shared her thoughts, struggles, and aspirations. She was open about living with bipolar disorder and depression, conditions she managed with medication. On January 26, 2013, she checked into the infamous Cecil Hotel, located near LA's Skid Row. The Cecil, with its notorious history of suicides, murders, and alleged paranormal activity, was already a magnet for dark legends. Unbeknownst to Eliza, her stay there would add a chilling new chapter to its story. Initially assigned a shared room, Eliza was moved to a private one after her roommates complained about her erratic behavior. Hotel staff later reported that Eliza had been acting oddly during her stay, though they didn't elaborate on specifics. Despite this, Eliza regularly contacted her family to check in and share updates on her trip. Her last contact was on January 31st, when she told her parents she planned to visit a bookstore and return to the hotel. When they didn't hear from her after that, they reported her missing. The search for Eliza began immediately. Police combed the hotel and distributed flyers with her photo, hoping for leads. Weeks passed without any sign of her, and her disappearance grew increasingly troubling. Then, on February 13th, the lab released a piece of evidence that would catapult her case into global infamy, a surveillance video from the hotel's elevator. The footage, timestamped from January 31st, shows Eliza entering the elevator alone. She appears agitated, pressing multiple buttons and peering cautiously out of the doors. At times, she steps out, looks around, and gestures as if speaking to someone unseen. Her movements are erratic and disjointed, and the elevator doors remain inexplicably open throughout the video. The haunting footage quickly went viral, sparking widespread speculation about what could have happened to her. On February 19th, after weeks of searching, the mystery took a gruesome turn. Guests at the hotel had complained about low water pressure and a foul taste in the tap water. A maintenance worker climbed to the rooftop to inspect the water tanks and made a horrifying discovery. Eliza's body was floating in one of the tanks, naked and partially decomposed. Her clothes and belongings were found at the bottom of the tank. The lid, heavy and difficult to move, was closed, leaving investigators baffled as to how Eliza had ended up inside. The autopsy report ruled Eliza's death an accidental drowning. There were no signs of trauma or foul play. Toxicology tests detected traces of her prescription medications, but not at the levels expected if she had been taking them as prescribed. The report suggested that a possible manic episode could have contributed to her actions, but this explanation raised more questions than it answered. How had Eliza accessed the rooftop, which required navigating locked doors and an alarmed staircase? Why was her behavior in the elevator so erratic, and why had she pressed all those buttons? Most importantly, how had she managed to climb into the water tank, given its height and the difficulty of opening the lid? The lack of conclusive answers left room for endless theories. Some believe Eliza's death was a tragic accident, the result of a mental health crisis that led her to the rooftop. Her erratic behavior in the elevator could align with the disorientation and paranoia often associated with untreated bipolar episodes. Others, however, point to the Cecil Hotel's dark history and its proximity to Skid Row as evidence that foul play could have been involved. Was Eliza lured to the rooftop by someone with access to the hotel's restricted areas? Did she encounter a threat that forced her to flee and ultimately led to her drowning? The video footage added a supernatural element to the theories. Paranormal enthusiasts suggested that Eliza was interacting with an unseen entity, perhaps one tied to the hotel's dark past. The fact that the Cecil Hotel was rumored to be cursed, with numerous suicides and violent deaths on its premises, only fueled this speculation. Some even connected her case to the elevator game, a supposed ritual that claims to summon spirits. The discovery of Eliza's body and the circumstances surrounding her death have captivated public imagination for years. Her case has inspired books, podcasts, and documentaries, including the 2021 Netflix series Crime Scene: The Vanishing at the Cecil Hotel. While the series shed light on the investigation and the hotel's troubled history, it ultimately offered no definitive answers. Eliza's tragic death serves as a stark reminder of the challenges faced by those living with mental illness and the importance of understanding and support. It also underscores how even in an age of advanced technology and widespread surveillance, some mysteries remain unsolved. Was Eliza's death a heartbreaking accident, the result of foul play, or something more sinister? The answers may forever lie hidden in the dark corridors of the Cecil Hotel, leaving behind a story that continues to haunt all who hear it. In this unsettling story, we revisit the perplexing disappearance of the Sodder children, a case that combines tragedy, unanswered questions, and a family's relentless pursuit of the truth. On Christmas Eve 1945, the Sodder family home in Fayetteville, West Virginia, was engulfed in flames. George and Jenny Sodder lived there with 9 of their 10 children. As the fire raged, George, Jenny, and 4 of their children managed to escape, but 5 children, Maurice, 14, Martha, 12, Louis, 9, Jenny, 8, and Betty, 5, were believed to have perished in the blaze. However, the events surrounding the fire and its aftermath led to one of the most enduring mysteries in American history. The fire began around 1 a.m. Jenny, who had stayed up late, heard a strange noise on the roof, like something hitting it. Shortly afterward, she noticed smoke pouring into the house. George tried to save his trapped children, but his efforts were thwarted. The ladder that was always propped against the house was missing, his trucks failed to start despite working earlier that day, and the phone lines had been cut. The fire burned the house to the ground in less than an hour. Authorities quickly attributed the tragedy to faulty wiring and declared the 5 children dead. However, a search of the ashes revealed no human remains. The fire chief claimed the blaze had burned so hot that it completely cremated the children's bodies, an assertion that fire experts later disputed. Even at extreme temperatures, bones should have remained. The Soddists began to suspect foul play. They recalled a series of strange incidents in the months leading up to the fire. A man had visited George, seeking work, and commented that the house's wiring would cause a fire someday. George, who had recently had the house rewired, dismissed the comment. Another visitor, angered by George's outspoken criticism of Italian dictator Benito Mussolini, warned that his family would face repercussions. The Soddists also received anonymous phone calls threatening their family. In the years following the fire, the Soddists collected a series of clues that deepened the mystery. A bus driver passing through Fayetteville on Christmas Eve claimed to have seen people throwing balls of fire onto the Sodder property, which Jenny believed explained the strange noise she had heard before the fire started. A family member later found a small, hard object in the yard that resembled a hand grenade or an incendiary device. Sightings of the missing children were reported in the months and years after the fire. One woman claimed to have seen them in a car as the fire was burning. Another witness reported seeing them at a hotel in Charleston, West Virginia, accompanied by 2 men and 2 women of Italian descent. The children appeared to be under duress and spoke little. The Soddists were convinced their children had been kidnapped and set out on a decades-long quest for answers. They hired private investigators and even wrote to the FBI, which declined to take on the case, citing jurisdictional issues. In 1949, they arranged for an excavation of the site, but no human remains were found. One of the most haunting developments came in 1968, when Jenny received a photograph in the mail. The photo depicted a young man who bore a striking resemblance to Louis, one of the missing children, with a note on the back that read, "Louis Sodder. I love brother Frankie. Ill boys. A 90132 or 35. Despite hiring a private investigator to track the origins of the photo, the family never uncovered its source. Desperate to keep the case in the public eye, the Soddists erected a billboard along Route 16 with photos of the missing children and an appeal for information. The sign became a local landmark and a symbol of their relentless hope. George Sodder died in 1969, and Jenny passed away in 1989, never knowing the truth about their children's fate. The remaining Sodder siblings have continued to seek answers, but the case remains unsolved. The disappearance of the Sodder children is a chilling reminder of how easily tragedy can turn into mystery. Were the children victims of a terrible accident, or were they abducted in a sinister plot? The lack of definitive answers leaves the case shrouded in uncertainty, haunting both the family and those who continue to explore its many twists and turns. Let's continue with another story. On a cold February night in 1959, 9 experienced hikers embarked on a journey through the remote Ural Mountains in Soviet Russia. Their trek was intended to be a challenging yet routine adventure. However, what unfolded remains one of the most baffling and terrifying mysteries of the 20th century, the Dyatlov Pass incident. The group, led by 23-year-old Igor Dyatlov, consisted of skilled and seasoned mountaineers, all eager to conquer the treacherous slopes of Kholat Syakhl, a name that ominously translates to Dead Mountain in the local Monsi language. The hikers, including 7 men and 2 women, set out on January 27, 1959, with plans to return by February 12. When no communication was received by February 20th, a search party was launched. On February 26th, rescuers found the hikers' campsite. The scene was unsettling. Their tent was discovered on a snowy slope, partially buried and inexplicably torn open from the inside. Footprints led away from the tent into the surrounding wilderness, some barefoot or in socks, despite the sub-zero temperatures. It appeared that the hikers had fled the tent in a panic, abandoning their shoes, clothing, and gear. Over the next few weeks, searchers uncovered the bodies. The first two victims, Yuri Krivonyshenko and Yuri Doroshenko, were found near the edge of the forest, close to a makeshift fire. Both were barefoot and dressed inadequately for the freezing conditions. Nearby branches had been torn from trees, suggesting a desperate attempt to climb for safety or warmth. 3 more bodies, including Dyatlov's, were discovered between the tent and the fire, as if they were trying to return to the campsite. They, too, were inadequately dressed, and their deaths were attributed to hypothermia. However, it was the discovery of the remaining 4 hikers in May that deepened the mystery. Found in a ravine 75 meters from the fire, their injuries were far more severe. Ludmila Dubinina and Semyon Zolotaryov suffered massive chest fractures, described by experts as being comparable to a car crash. Alexander Kolevatov had a fractured skull, and Dubinina was missing her tongue and parts of her lips. Despite the gruesome injuries, there were no external wounds to suggest an attack. Adding to the enigma, traces of radiation were found on some of their clothing, and some victims' skin appeared to have an orange hue. The investigation concluded that the group had perished due to an unknown compelling force, a vague explanation that fueled decades of speculation. Theories about what happened to the Dyatlov group range from plausible to fantastical. One of the most common explanations is an avalanche. Proponents of this theory suggest that the hikers fled their tent after hearing the telltale signs of an impending snow slide. However, no evidence of an avalanche was found at the site, and the injuries sustained by some of the victims do not align with what one would expect from such an event. Another theory involves infrasound, low-frequency vibrations caused by wind interacting with the mountain's topography. This phenomenon could have induced panic and disorientation among the hikers, causing them to flee the tent irrationally. However, this explanation fails to account for the severe injuries of some victims. Some believe the group was attacked by local Monsi tribespeople, angered by the hikers' intrusion onto sacred land. Yet, there was no evidence of a struggle or other footprints near the scene to support this claim. Others suggest foul play by the Soviet military, pointing to the radiation, the orange skin, and reports of strange lights in the sky on the night of the incident. Could the hikers have stumbled into a secret weapons test or been exposed to hazardous materials? Perhaps the most chilling theory involves extraterrestrial intervention. Witnesses reported seeing glowing orbs in the sky above the mountains around the time of the hikers' deaths, leading some to believe that the group encountered something beyond our understanding. Despite numerous investigations and advancements in forensic technology, the Dyatlov Pass incident remains unsolved. In 2020, a new Russian investigation concluded that an avalanche was the most likely explanation, though this finding was met with skepticism from experts and the public alike. The Dyatlov Pass incident is a story of terror, resilience, and unanswered questions. What caused 9 experienced hikers to abandon their tent in such haste? What force inflicted such bizarre and horrific injuries? Decades later, the mystery endures, haunting the imaginations of those who seek to unravel the truth about what happened on that desolate, snow-covered mountain. In our next chilling tale, we dive into the unsettling mystery of the disappearing village of Dunwich Hollow, a small settlement that seemed to vanish from the face of the earth overnight, leaving behind nothing but whispers and fear. Dunwich Hollow was a quaint, isolated community nestled deep within the woods of northern England. With only a handful of families residing there, the village lived in peaceful seclusion, surrounded by thick forests and rolling hills. Time seemed to move slower in Dunwich, with its cobblestone streets, modest cottages, and a single church that stood in the village square. It was a place where everyone knew one another, and nothing out of the ordinary ever seemed to happen. Until the autumn of 1936. It began with strange noises that echoed through the woods at night. Low, resonant sounds that seemed to vibrate through the ground itself, causing the villagers to wake in a state of unease. Some described the noise as a distant hum, while others likened it to the mournful wail of an animal. It seemed to move through the village, never originating from one single point, but always felt deep within their bones. The children were the most affected. They woke from nightmares, screaming about shadowy figures that roamed through the woods and whispered their names. The village elders tried to calm everyone, attributing the noises to natural causes, perhaps an underground spring shifting, or the sound of the wind being carried in strange ways through the dense forest. But no explanation seemed to truly fit, and soon, it became impossible to ignore the other strange occurrences. Animals began to disappear. The villagers found their livestock missing, vanished without a trace. Dogs that once guarded the cottages refused to go outside after dusk, whimpering and scratching at doors, desperate to stay inside. Even the birds, which usually filled the trees with their song, had grown eerily silent. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for something terrible to happen. Then there was the fog, thick, impenetrable fog that began to settle over Dunwich Hollow every night, rolling in from the woods like a great, white tide. The villagers spoke of the fog as if it were alive, creeping down the narrow paths and winding through the trees, swallowing everything in its path. No lantern or torch could penetrate it, and once it settled in, it felt like the village was cut off from the rest of the world. One by one, families began to leave. They packed what little they could carry and left, hoping to escape the growing unease that gripped the village. But those who stayed spoke of strange figures appearing in the fog, tall, indistinct shapes that moved slowly through the streets, pausing to peer through the windows of the cottages. Some said they saw lights moving in the forest, flickering blue orbs that seemed to dance through the trees, drawing people out of their homes and into the darkness. The last communication from Dunwich Hollow came in the form of a letter, penned by the village pastor, Father Simon Hale, to his brother in London. In his letter, Father Hale spoke of his growing fear for the village. He described the fog, the sounds, and the lights in the woods. He wrote of how the villagers who remained had become distant, as if their minds were slowly being pulled away from reality, and how some had wandered into the woods, never to return. The last lines of Father Hale's letter were the most chilling. He wrote that the previous night, he had seen something standing in the fog, a tall figure that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. It had no face, only a smooth surface where features should have been. And as he watched, it had raised a hand, beckoning him to follow. Father Hale ended his letter by pleading for his brother to send help, stating, "I fear that if we stay, Dunwich Hollow will be swallowed by the woods, and we will be lost forever." No one heard from Father Hale or the villagers of Dunwich Hollow again. When authorities arrived weeks later to investigate, they found nothing. The village was gone, as if it had never existed. The cottages had vanished, the church was nowhere to be found, and the cobblestone streets were overgrown with weeds and wildflowers. There were no signs of struggle, no remnants of human habitation, only the forest, silent and unyielding. The only trace of Dunwich Hollow was a single stone cross, half buried in the earth where the village square once stood. It bore no name, no date, only a crude carving of an eye, staring blankly into the woods. Today, Dunwich Hollow is little more than a ghost story, a tale told by locals to frighten tourists and children. Some say that on quiet nights, when the fog rolls in thick and heavy, you can still hear the distant hum vibrating through the woods, and see the faint glow of lights moving through the trees. Others claim that those who venture too far into the forest have seen glimpses of the village, half hidden in the mist, with figures moving silently through the empty streets. What really happened to Dunwich Hollow? Was it the victim of some natural disaster, swallowed by the earth and reclaimed by the forest? Or was it something far darker, an ancient force, awakened by some forgotten trespass, that slowly drew the village into another realm, leaving nothing behind? The answers are lost to time, buried beneath layers of moss and forgotten memories. But the forest remains, silent and watchful, as if guarding the secrets of what once was. And sometimes, when the fog rolls in and the woods seem to come alive, you can almost hear the faint echo of the church bell, tolling one last time for the lost village of Dunwich Hollow. For this next story, we explore a chilling case where a ghostly visitation allegedly brought a murderer to justice, merging the supernatural with the grim reality of true crime. In 1897, in the small town of Greenbrier, West Virginia, a young woman named Zona Histeshu was found dead under mysterious circumstances. Zona, only 23 years old, had recently married a local blacksmith named Erasmus Edward Shue. Her sudden death was initially attributed to natural causes, but strange events soon led to the case being reopened, thanks to her mother's claim that Zona's ghost had revealed the truth. Zona's body was discovered on January 23, 1897, by a young boy who had been sent to deliver eggs to the Shue household. He found her lying at the foot of the stairs, her body arranged as if she had fallen. When the boy summoned help, Edward was reportedly overcome with grief and insisted on dressing Zona's body himself, an unusual practice at the time. He chose a high-collared dress with a stiff neck, which he claimed was Zona's favorite. The local doctor, George Knapp, arrived to examine the body. Edward hovered nearby, cradling Zona's head and refusing to let the doctor perform a thorough examination. Dr. Knapp noted some oddities, including bruising around Zona's neck, but ultimately listed everlasting faint as the cause of death, a vague and unsatisfactory conclusion. Zona was buried shortly after, and the town mourned her passing. However, Zona's mother, Mary Jane Heaster, was unconvinced. She disliked Edward and had always harbored suspicions about his character. Weeks after the funeral, Mary Jane claimed that Zona's ghost began appearing to her at night. Over the course of 4 nights, Mary Jane said Zona's spirit revealed that Edward had been abusive and had strangled her in a fit of rage. Zona's ghost demonstrated how Edward had crushed her windpipe, leaving bruises around her neck. Mary Jane was so convinced by these visions that she went to the local prosecutor, John Preston, to demand an investigation. Though skeptical, Preston agreed to exhume Zona's body and conduct a proper autopsy. When Zona's remains were examined, the findings matched Mary Jane's claims. Her neck was indeed broken, and her windpipe showed signs of violent compression. Confronted with this evidence, Edward Shue's past began to unravel. Investigators discovered he had been married twice before. His first wife had divorced him due to abuse, and his second wife had died under suspicious circumstances. Edward's pattern of behavior painted a clear picture, and he was arrested and charged with Zona's murder. During the trial, Mary Jane Heaster testified about the ghostly visits. Her testimony was unusual but compelling, and the jury was swayed by the physical evidence and Edward's questionable history. In July 1897, Edward Shue was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison, where he died 3 years later. The case of the Greenbrier ghost remains one of the few instances where supernatural testimony played a role in securing a conviction. While skeptics argue that Mary Jane's visions were simply the result of grief and intuition, others believe that Zona's spirit truly reached out from beyond the grave to ensure her killer faced justice. Zona's story has since become a part of West Virginia folklore, blending tragedy, mystery, and the supernatural. A historical marker now stands in Greenbrier County, commemorating the unique case and the ghostly legend that surrounds it. Whether you believe in spirits or not, the tale of the Greenbrier ghost is a haunting reminder that some mysteries refuse to remain buried. In this chilling tale, we explore one of England's most perplexing mysteries, a gruesome discovery in an ancient tree that has haunted investigators for decades. On April 18, 1943, 4 boys were wandering through Hagley Woods near Birmingham, England, searching for bird nests. In the hollow of an old WYCH elm tree, they stumbled upon something horrifying, a human skull. Initially thinking it belonged to an animal, one of the boys soon noticed it had human teeth. Panicked, they fled the scene but eventually told their parents, who alerted the police. When investigators arrived, they discovered the partial skeleton of a woman stuffed into the hollow trunk of the tree. The remains were clothed in rags, and a piece of taffeta was found lodged in her mouth, suggesting she may have been suffocated. A hand was found buried nearby. Forensic analysis revealed that the woman had likely been dead for 18 months to 2 years, placing her death around 1941. She was estimated to be between 35 and 40 years old, about 5 feet tall, with irregular teeth and light brown hair. Despite extensive efforts, police were unable to identify the woman. The case became even more baffling when strange graffiti began appearing around the area. In white chalk, someone wrote, "Who put Bella in the WYCH elm?" The messages, often appearing in prominent locations, hinted that someone knew more than they were letting on. The name Bella became associated with the victim, though her true identity remains a mystery. As the investigation continued, several theories emerged, each more bizarre than the last. One of the most prominent theories suggested that Bella was a spy during World War II. According to this theory, she may have been killed after a mission went awry. This idea gained traction in 1953 when an informant claimed that a German spy ring had operated in the area during the war and that Bella was involved. Another theory pointed to witchcraft. The unusual positioning of the body within the tree and the presence of a hand buried separately led some to speculate that Bella's death was part of an occult ritual. In folklore, burying a body in a tree was believed to trap its spirit, and the location of the discovery, Hagley Woods, was rumored to have a history of pagan practices. Others have suggested that Bella may have been a victim of personal betrayal or revenge. Some accounts claim she was a prostitute who became involved with the wrong people, leading to her grisly fate. However, no evidence has surfaced to confirm these claims. Over the years, the case has captured the imagination of true crime enthusiasts, historians, and paranormal investigators. The mysterious graffiti continued to appear sporadically, keeping the story alive in public consciousness. However, no new evidence has come to light, and the identity of Bella and the circumstances of her death remain unknown. Today, the story of Bella in the WYCH Elm is a haunting reminder of how some mysteries endure, defying explanation and leaving behind only fragments of a life and a crime that may never be fully understood. Was she a spy, a victim of witchcraft, or simply someone whose tragic story faded into obscurity? The answers lie hidden, much like Bella herself, in the hollow of a tree. In this next chilling tale, we uncover the mystery of the Dybbuk box, a seemingly cursed object tied to paranormal activity and unexplained misfortune. The story of the Dybbuk box began in 2001 when an antique dealer named Kevin Mannies purchased an old wine cabinet at an estate sale in Portland, Oregon. The cabinet had belonged to a Holocaust survivor named Havela, who had emigrated to the United States after World War II. According to the seller's family, Havela had always warned them never to open the box, claiming it contained a Dybbuk, a restless spirit from Jewish folklore capable of possessing the living. Curious about the cabinet's mysterious reputation, Mannies decided to bring it to his shop. Strange occurrences began almost immediately. Mannies reported that the shop was filled with a strange, overpowering smell of cat urine, even though no animals were present. Lights flickered uncontrollably, and the cabinet's doors seemed to open on their own. Soon after, Mannies had a terrifying dream in which he was attacked by a demonic figure, and upon waking, he found mysterious bruises and scratches on his body. Despite these eerie events, Mannies decided to gift the box to his mother as a birthday present. On the same day she received the gift, Mannies' mother suffered a severe stroke. Convinced the cabinet was cursed, Mannies retrieved it and tried to sell it to another buyer. However, each subsequent owner reported a series of strange and disturbing experiences. Jason Haxton, a curator at a medical museum in Missouri, eventually acquired the Dybbuk box. Haxton, a skeptic by nature, initially dismissed the stories as superstition. However, he soon began experiencing severe health problems, including sudden rashes, coughing fits, and a sense of suffocation. He also claimed to witness shadowy figures in his home and have vivid nightmares of an old, terrifying woman. Haxton, desperate to rid himself of the box, reached out to rabbis and paranormal experts for advice. They recommended sealing the box and burying it in a remote location. Haxton complied, but not before documenting his experiences and writing a book about the ordeal. The Dybbuk box gained widespread attention and became a focal point of paranormal discussions. In 2012, the box was featured on the TV show Paranormal Witness, and its legend grew. It later inspired the 2012 horror film The Possession, which dramatized the story of a cursed Jewish relic wreaking havoc on its owners. By this point, the Dybbuk box had become infamous in the world of haunted objects. The current owner of the Dybbuk box is Zach Bagans, host of the show Ghost Adventures. Bagans purchased the box and placed it in his haunted museum in Las Vegas. Since acquiring it, Bagans has claimed that the box exerts a malevolent energy. Visitors to the museum have reported feeling nauseous, faint, or overwhelmed when near the box. In one particularly dramatic incident, musician Post Malone visited the museum and reportedly touched the box. Soon after, he experienced a string of misfortunes, including a near-fatal plane emergency and a car accident. Skeptics argue that the Dybbuk box legend is nothing more than a hoax. In 2021, Kevin Mannies admitted in an interview that he had fabricated parts of the story when he first sold the box on eBay. However, this revelation hasn't stopped believers from pointing to the strange and consistent reports from those who have encountered the box. Whether it is truly cursed or a product of suggestion and coincidence, the Dybbuk box has cemented itself as one of the most infamous haunted objects in modern lore. The Dybbuk box remains on display at Zach Bagans' Haunted Museum, drawing visitors eager to confront its eerie reputation. Whether you believe in curses or not, its story continues to fascinate and terrify, a reminder of humanity's enduring fascination with the unknown. On the morning of February 14, 2000, 9-year-old Asha Degree vanished from her family home in Shelby, North Carolina, under circumstances that continue to baffle investigators and her family. Her disappearance has become one of the most haunting and perplexing mysteries in modern history, as the trail of clues leads only to more questions. Asha was a bright, happy child who excelled in school and loved sports. She lived with her parents, Harold and Aquila Degree, and her older brother, O'Brien, in a close-knit family. The Degrees were protective, ensuring their children were safe and well cared for. Nothing about their lives suggested that tragedy would strike. On the evening of February 13th, Asha attended church with her family and later went to bed around 8 p.m. A storm passed through the area that night, and the house lost power briefly. Around 2:30 a.m., O'Brien heard Asha stirring in her bed, but thought nothing of it and went back to sleep. By the time their parents awoke at 6:30 a.m., Asha was gone. Her bed was empty, and there were no signs of forced entry or a struggle. Asha's book bag and some of her clothes were also missing, suggesting she had packed and left willingly. Panic set in, and the Degrees contacted the police, launching a search that would grow to involve hundreds of volunteers, law enforcement officials, and even the FBI. As the investigation unfolded, witnesses came forward claiming to have seen Asha walking along Highway 18, about a mile from her home, between 3:30 and 4:15 a.m. She was described as wearing a white shirt and dark pants, carrying her book bag. One driver said they turned around to check on her, but she darted into the woods, disappearing from sight. This was the last confirmed sighting of Asha. Search teams combed the area near Highway 18 but found little evidence. A few days later, however, a major clue surfaced. Asha's pencil, marker, and Mickey Mouse hair bow were discovered in a shed along the highway. The shed belonged to a local business, and investigators believed Asha may have stopped there for shelter. Despite this, there was no further sign of her. 4 years, the case remained cold. Then, in August 2001, Asha's book bag was found buried in a plastic bag in Burke County, about 26 miles from her home. The bag contained clothes and personal items that were confirmed to belong to her. The discovery reignited the investigation, but no new leads emerged, leaving her family in agonizing limbo. Theories about Asha's disappearance have ranged widely. One theory suggests that Asha was lured away by someone she trusted, perhaps through communication that her parents were unaware of. Another posits that Asha ran away, though her family insists this was entirely out of character for the shy and cautious girl. Some believe she may have been abducted after leaving her home voluntarily, though no evidence of foul play has been found. The circumstances of her departure remain deeply puzzling. What would compel a 9-year-old to leave her home in the middle of the night, during a storm, on foot, and without telling anyone? Investigators and psychologists have speculated that Asha may have been influenced by something she read or saw, perhaps believing she was embarking on an adventure. However, no definitive triggers have been identified. Over the years, Asha's case has attracted national attention, appearing on programs like America's Most Wanted and The Oprah Winfrey Show. The Degree family has kept her memory alive through vigils, interviews, and community outreach, refusing to give up hope. They established the Asha Degree Foundation to support the search for missing children and raise awareness about her case. In 2015, the FBI and the Cleveland County Sheriff's Office announced they were re-examining the case with fresh eyes. In 2020, a potential lead emerged when investigators revealed they were seeking information about two individuals associated with a vehicle, a dark green early 1970s Ford Thunderbird or Lincoln Mark IV, seen near where Asher was last spotted. However, this lead has yet to yield any breakthroughs. To this day, Asher Degree's disappearance remains one of the most unsettling and mysterious cases in modern history. Her family continues to hold out hope that she is alive and that someone, somewhere, knows the truth. Was Asher the victim of a calculated abduction, a tragic accident, or something even more sinister? Over 2 decades later, her story endures as a chilling reminder of how quickly and inexplicably a life can vanish, leaving behind only fragments of a mystery that may never be solved. Our next chilling story takes us deep into the heart of Hollow Point Woods, where for over a century, strange lights have been seen dancing between the trees, and those who follow them are said never to return. It's a tale that has haunted the small town of Hollow Point, where stories of missing children, lost travelers, and unexplained disappearances have been whispered from generation to generation, leaving a lingering sense of dread for anyone who dares to venture into those woods after nightfall. The legend begins in the late 1800s, when settlers first established the town of Hollow Point on the edge of a vast, ancient forest. The woods were dense and dark, filled with towering trees whose branches twisted together to block out the sun, even in the middle of the day. The townspeople relied on the forest for their livelihood, logging, hunting, and gathering, but always spoke of it with an air of caution. There were stories, even then, of the strange, flickering lights that could be seen deep within the woods on moonless nights, lights that seemed to call out, to lure the unwary off the path. The first known disappearance was in 1889. It was a young boy named Samuel, just 8 years old. He had been playing near the edge of the woods with his older brother when he claimed to see a pretty light moving between the trees. His brother watched in confusion as Samuel ran towards it, vanishing between the trunks, his laughter echoing for just a moment before being swallowed by the forest. Despite an extensive search that lasted for days, Samuel was never found. The only clue was his small wooden toy, discovered at the base of a twisted old tree, its surface scorched as if it had been burned. After Samuel's disappearance, the townspeople became wary of the woods. They forbade their children from playing near the trees, and adults refused to enter after dark. But the lights continued to appear, flickering between the trees, blue, white, sometimes a deep, eerie green. They would drift just beyond the edge of the woods, visible from the town, like lanterns carried by invisible hands. Some claimed they heard whispers on the wind, voices calling their names, urging them to step into the darkness. In 1903, a group of 4 loggers went missing. They had been tasked with marking trees for felling deeper in the forest, a part of Hollow Point Woods that few dared to enter. When they failed to return, a search party was sent to find them. What they discovered was chilling. The men's tools were scattered around a small clearing, their axes and saws left as though they had simply dropped them and walked away. At the center of the clearing was a circle of scorched earth, and just beyond it, the twisted remains of a campfire, the embers still faintly glowing. Of the men themselves, there was no sign. The searchers reported an oppressive silence in the clearing, as if even the birds and insects were afraid to make a sound. As the years passed, the legend of the lights grew. They became known as the will-o'-the-wisps of Hollow Point, and the townspeople came to believe that they were spirits, restless, malevolent, luring the living to their doom. Parents warned their children never to stray too close to the woods, especially after dusk, and travelers passing through were cautioned not to camp near the forest's edge. But despite the warnings, people continued to vanish. In 1937, a young school teacher named Margaret Reynolds went missing. She had been new to Hollow Point, unfamiliar with the old stories. One evening, she was seen walking towards the woods, her eyes fixed on something in the distance. Witnesses described her as being in a trance, her face expressionless, her steps deliberate and slow. By the time anyone thought to stop her, she had already disappeared into the trees. Her body was never found, but some claimed to see her figure among the lights, her face pale, her eyes hollow, drifting silently between the trunks. It wasn't until the 1970s that anyone dared to investigate the lights in earnest. A paranormal research group, drawn by the tales of strange disappearances and ghostly lights, arrived in Hollow Point, determined to uncover the truth. They set up camp at the edge of the woods, bringing with them cameras, recording devices, and all manner of ghost hunting equipment. On the first night, they reported seeing the lights, small, flickering orbs moving slowly through the forest. They attempted to follow them, their cameras rolling as they ventured deeper between the trees. Only one member of the team returned. His clothes were torn, his face covered in scratches, and his eyes wide with terror. He spoke of the lights leading them in circles, of how the forest seemed to shift and change, paths that once led back to camp suddenly vanishing. He described hearing whispers, soft, insistent, urging them to follow, to keep going deeper. And then, one by one, his companions had disappeared, their flashlights winking out in the distance until he was alone, stumbling blindly through the dark. The footage they recovered from the abandoned campsite was fragmented and disjointed. The lights were clearly visible, glowing in the distance, always just out of reach. There were voices too, faint, almost imperceptible, but undeniably human. They whispered names, repeated phrases like "come with us and join us." The final image was of a light growing brighter, filling the screen, before abruptly cutting to black. Today, Hollow Point Woods remains a place of fear and mystery. The townspeople avoid it, especially after dark, and no one ventures too far from the path. The lights still appear, drifting between the trees, flickering like distant lanterns. Some say they are the spirits of those who have vanished, forever trapped, seeking to lure others to join them. Others believe the lights are something older, an ancient force that resides deep within the forest, preying on the unwary, feeding on fear and loneliness. Whatever the truth may be, one thing is certain: those who follow the lights of Hollow Point Woods are never seen again. They vanish without a trace, leaving behind only whispers, ghost stories, and the eerie glow of the will-o'-the-wisps, forever dancing between the trees, forever calling out to those foolish enough to listen. In this story, we unravel the haunting mystery of the Sodder children, a case of fire, unanswered questions, and a family's decades-long search for truth. On Christmas Eve, 1945, the Sodder family of Fayetteville, West Virginia, was celebrating the holiday. George and Jenny Sodder lived in a modest two-story home with 9 of their 10 children. That night, the family went to bed, but not all would wake to see Christmas morning. At around 1 a.m., a fire broke out, quickly engulfing the home. George and Jenny managed to escape with 4 of their children. However, 5 of their children, Maurice, Martha, Louis, Jenny, and Betty, were trapped upstairs. George tried desperately to re-enter the house to rescue them. He broke a window, cutting his arm in the process, but was met with flames too intense to penetrate. In a panic, he attempted to retrieve a ladder to climb to the second floor, but it was missing. He then tried to start his trucks to drive closer to the house and climb on top, but inexplicably, neither vehicle would start. Meanwhile, Jenny attempted to call the fire department, but their phone line was dead. Neighbors alerted the fire department, but response times were delayed due to the holiday and a shortage of personnel. By the time help arrived, the house had burned to the ground. Initially, it was assumed that the 5 missing children had perished in the fire. However, a search of the ruins yielded no human remains. Fire experts later stated that even at the high temperatures the fire reached, bones should have been found. The Sodders began to suspect that the fire had been intentionally set as part of a cover-up for something far more sinister. George, an Italian immigrant, was outspoken against Benito Mussolini and the fascist regime in Italy, leading to friction with some members of the local Italian-American community. A stranger had visited the home a few months before the fire, commenting on how their house's fuse box would cause a fire someday. Another man had threatened George, stating that his anti-Mussolini sentiments would bring harm to his family. Adding to the mystery, Jenny found strange evidence in the rubble. She discovered a hard rubber object resembling a pineapple bomb, suggesting the fire might have been started deliberately. Neighbors also reported seeing a strange car parked along the road near the Sodder home on the night of the fire. Over the years, the Sodders received chilling clues that their children might still be alive. A woman in a nearby town claimed to have seen the missing children in a car the morning after the fire. Another tip came from a waitress who believed she had served them at a diner, accompanied by 2 unfamiliar adults. In 1949, George and Jenny hired a private investigator and paid to have the site excavated. The investigator uncovered small pieces of human vertebrae, but experts determined they did not belong to the missing children. Additionally, the bones showed no evidence of fire exposure, raising further doubts about the children's fate. One of the most mysterious pieces of evidence came in 1967 when Jenny received a photograph in the mail. It was a picture of a young man who bore a striking resemblance to her son Louis, one of the missing children. Written on the back was a cryptic message: Louis Soda, I love brother Frankie. Ill boys. A 90132 or 35. Despite hiring a private detective to track the sender, the Sodas were never able to uncover the photograph's origins. The Sodas placed a billboard along Route 16 with photographs of their missing children and an appeal for information. It became a local landmark and a symbol of the family's unrelenting pursuit of answers. George died in 1969, and Jenny in 1989, never knowing what truly happened to their children. The case of the Soda children remains one of the most perplexing mysteries in American history. Were the children victims of a tragic fire, or were they abducted in a carefully orchestrated plot? To this day, the truth remains elusive, leaving behind a haunting legacy of grief, suspicion, and unanswered questions. For our next eerie story, we head to Crimson Lake, a place shrouded in mystery, tragedy, and whispers of an ancient curse. Set deep in the wilds of northern Canada, Crimson Lake is infamous for its blood-red hue during certain times of the year and for the unsettling tales of those who have vanished around its shores. Generations of locals have passed down chilling tales of strange happenings by the lake, stories of haunting apparitions, restless spirits, and a curse that has kept visitors at bay for decades. The lake's name, Crimson, comes from the deep red color that appears across its surface on late autumn nights. Scientists have tried to explain the phenomenon, suggesting it could be due to unique algae blooms or minerals stirred up from the lakebed. Yet none of these explanations seem to account for the terror that has followed this lake for over a century. The legend began with the Cree people, who have long lived in the forests surrounding Crimson Lake. According to their oral histories, Crimson Lake was once a sacred place, a site of deep spiritual power. The Cree spoke of spirits that dwelled within the lake, spirits that protected it but also demanded respect. One story tells of a chieftain's son who defied tradition, taking from the lake without permission, leading to his sudden and mysterious death. After this event, the lake was considered cursed, and people only approached it with the utmost reverence, or not at all. But as European settlers moved in during the late 1800s, they paid little heed to such stories. They were drawn to the lake for its beauty and its plentiful fish. It didn't take long before a small settlement grew along its shores, with cabins scattered amongst the thick pines that surrounded the water. For a time, it seemed as though the curse was little more than superstition. The settlers lived off the land, and life, though hard, was peaceful. Everything changed in 1893, during a particularly harsh autumn. The lake turned red earlier than usual, staining the water in a deep crimson hue that seemed darker and more vivid than before. One night, a young woman named Eliza Garrett disappeared. She had gone to fetch water from the lake, lantern in hand, and never returned. Her fiancé found her bucket at the water's edge, the lantern still flickering beside it, but there was no trace of Eliza. The lake's surface was eerily calm, as if it held its breath, and when he looked into the depths, he swore he saw something moving beneath the water, something pale, reaching upwards. The settlers searched for days, dragging the lake and scouring the surrounding woods, but Eliza was gone. A week later, another villager vanished, a fisherman who had taken his boat out onto the lake at dawn. His boat was found drifting near the center of the lake, empty, his fishing line cast but untouched. Panic began to spread through the settlement. People spoke of strange sounds at night, of wailing cries carried on the wind, of whispers rising from the lake's edge that seemed to call them by name. One night, the entire settlement gathered at the small chapel that had been built on the hill overlooking the lake. As they debated what to do, a heavy fog rolled in, blanketing the lake and the settlement in a thick, unnatural mist. From within the fog came the unmistakable sound of splashing, footsteps in the shallow water, slowly approaching the shore. The villagers rushed to the windows, peering into the fog, and saw figures emerging from the lake, tall, pale shapes, their eyes dark and empty, water streaming from their clothes. Eliza was among them, her face expressionless, her eyes hollow. The settlers watched in horror as the figures moved silently through the fog, walking up towards the cabins, their feet leaving no marks on the ground. The villagers barricaded themselves in the chapel, the walls echoing with their prayers and cries. Through the windows, they saw the apparitions move between the cabins, their heads turning as if searching for someone, their mouths opening as if to speak, though no sound came out. By morning, the fog had lifted, and the figures were gone. The village, however, was no longer the same. The people were gripped by fear, too terrified to approach the lake, too scared to remain in a place where spirits seemed to walk freely. Within a few days, the entire settlement packed their belongings and left, abandoning their cabins and the lake to the wilderness. For years, the abandoned village stood empty, slowly decaying, the forest reclaiming what had once been cleared. Hunters and trappers passing through the area spoke of strange sights, of lights moving through the fog above the lake, of voices whispering in the stillness of the forest, of figures standing at the water's edge, their faces obscured by mist. They warned others to avoid the lake, to stay away from the crimson-stained waters, especially in autumn when the lake turned red. The legend of Crimson Lake grew, and those who dared to visit it were few. In the 1950s, a group of teenagers, dismissive of the old stories, decided to camp along its shores. They laughed off the warnings of the locals, setting up their tents near the water. On the second night, as they sat around the campfire, the lake began to glow, a deep, unnatural red that seemed to pulse beneath the surface. One of the boys claimed he saw someone standing on the far shore, a figure in a white dress, her hair hanging loose, her face turned towards them. Despite his friend's disbelief, he stood up and began walking towards the water, as if in a trance. The others watched, calling after him, but he ignored their cries, stepping into the shallow water, moving deeper and deeper until he disappeared beneath the crimson surface. Panicked, his friends ran, abandoning their camp, fleeing into the night. When they returned with help the next morning, there was no sign of the boy, only the ripples on the lake, slowly fading into stillness. Today, Crimson Lake remains a place of fear and superstition. Few dare to go near it, and those who do never stay long. The cabins have long since collapsed, their remnants hidden beneath moss and vines, but the lake itself remains unchanged, a dark, foreboding presence at the heart of the forest. The Cree people still speak of the spirits that dwell within the lake, spirits that demand respect and claim those who are foolish enough to ignore the warnings. When the lake turns red in autumn, it is said that the spirits are closest, that the barrier between the living and the dead grows thin. Those who hear the whispers, who see the figures moving through the mist, know better than to follow, for Crimson Lake does not give up its dead. It keeps them, forever bound to its crimson waters, forever calling out to the living, urging them to join the lost souls beneath the surface. Let's move to our next story, the enigmatic disappearance of MH370. On March 8, 2014, Malaysia Airlines Flight 370, MH370, vanished during a routine flight from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, to Beijing, China, taking with it 239 passengers and crew. This Boeing 777-200ER was one of the most reliable and advanced planes in aviation history, which made its disappearance all the more baffling. Despite extensive investigations and exhaustive search efforts spanning years, the mystery of MH370 remains one of the greatest puzzles in modern aviation. MH370 departed Kuala Lumpur International Airport at 12:41 a.m. local time. The weather was clear, and the flight initially proceeded as expected. At 1:19 a.m., the last known communication from the aircraft was made when the co-pilot, Farik Abdul Hamid, calmly signed off with, "Good night, Malaysian 370. Moments later, the aircraft's transponder, which provides tracking data to radar systems, was switched off. This was an intentional action requiring knowledge of the aircraft systems. The plane then veered off its intended course, making a sharp turn to the west and flying back across the Malay Peninsula. Military radar tracked the plane heading into the Andaman Sea before it disappeared completely from radar coverage. 4 hours, the world had no idea what happened to MH370. Initial search efforts focused on the South China Sea, where the plane was last tracked by civilian radar. However, this theory was appended when satellite data from Inmarsat revealed that the aircraft had continued flying for at least 7 more hours. These signals, known as handshakes, were emitted periodically as the plane communicated with a satellite overhead. By analyzing the Doppler shifts in these signals, investigators determined that MH370 flew deep into the remote southern Indian Ocean, far from any landmass. This revelation dramatically shifted the focus of the search to one of the most isolated and treacherous parts of the world. The search for MH370 became the largest and most expensive in aviation history, involving dozens of countries and advanced technology. The Australian Transport Safety Bureau, ATSB, led much of the effort, deploying ships, aircraft, and underwater drones to scan the ocean floor. Despite scouring over 120,000 square kilometers of seabed, no sign of the main wreckage was found. The official search was suspended in January 2017, leaving families and the world with few answers. Some debris, however, began washing ashore on islands in the Indian Ocean and along the eastern coast of Africa. The first confirmed piece of MH370 was a flaperon, discovered on Réunion Island in July 2015. Over time, additional fragments of the aircraft, including interior panels and wing components, were found. While these discoveries confirmed that MH370 had indeed crashed, they provided little insight into the circumstances of its disappearance. In the absence of concrete evidence, theories about what happened to MH370 have proliferated, ranging from plausible explanations to speculative conspiracy theories. One of the most debated ideas is that the disappearance was an act of deliberate sabotage by the pilot, Zari Ahmed Shah. Zari was a veteran aviator with an impeccable record, but some investigators have speculated that he deliberately flew the plane off course. A simulated flight path found on his home computer eerily mirrored the suspected route of MH370, raising suspicions. However, Zari's friends, family, and colleagues have vehemently denied this possibility, describing him as a stable and responsible professional. Another theory suggests that MH370 was the target of a hijacking. However, no terrorist group has claimed responsibility, and there is no evidence of a struggle on board. Some theorists propose that hijackers might have incapacitated the crew and taken control of the aircraft. Others believe the crew and passengers may have been rendered unconscious due to a sudden depressurization, leaving the plane to fly on autopilot until it ran out of fuel and crashed. While this theory aligns with the lack of communication from the cockpit, it fails to account for the deliberate course changes observed early in the flight. Other theories delve into more speculative territory. Some suggest that the plane was brought down by a catastrophic mechanical failure, though the Boeing 777 safety record makes this unlikely without further evidence. A more technologically advanced idea is that MH370 fell victim to a cyber hijacking, where an external agent remotely took control of the plane. This concept, while theoretically possible, remains unproven and would require sophisticated knowledge and tools. In the years since MH370 disappeared, efforts to unravel its mystery have continued. Independent researchers, aviation experts, and the families of the victims have pushed for renewed searches and further analysis. In 2018, a private company, Ocean Infinity, conducted another extensive search using cutting-edge underwater technology, but it too ended without success. The disappearance of MH370 has left an indelible mark on the aviation industry and the public imagination. It has raised questions about aviation security, technology, and humanity's ability to track aircraft in real time. How could a modern airliner simply vanish in an era of GPS and global connectivity? What happened to the passengers and crew during those final hours? Nearly a decade later, the mystery of MH370 remains unsolved. Was it a deliberate act, a catastrophic accident, or something beyond our current understanding? The families of those lost continue to seek closure, and the world continues to wonder about the fate of one of the most haunting and enigmatic cases in aviation history. On a quiet Christmas Eve in 1945, the Sutter family home in Fayetteville, West Virginia, was alive with holiday cheer. George and Jenny Sutter lived with 9 of their 10 children in a 2-story timber house. While some of the children had gone to bed early, excited for Christmas morning, others stayed up playing with gifts and enjoying the festive atmosphere. What seemed like a peaceful holiday would soon turn into one of the most perplexing mysteries in American history. Around 1 a.m., Jenny Sutter awoke to a strange noise on the roof, like a heavy object hitting it. Minutes later, she realized the house was on fire. She rushed to wake George and the children. George, Jenny, and 4 of the children managed to escape, but 5 of the children, Maurice, 14, Martha, 12, Louis, 9, Jenny, 8, and Betty, 5, were still inside. The parents' frantic attempts to save them were thwarted at every turn. George tried to re-enter the house, but the flames were too intense. He ran to grab the ladder that was always propped against the house to climb to the second-floor window, but it was mysteriously missing. He then attempted to use his trucks to drive closer to the house and climb on top, but neither vehicle would start, even though they had been working perfectly the day before. Meanwhile, Jenny ran to a neighbor's house to call the fire department, only to find the phone line had been cut. By the time the fire department arrived, hours later due to a staffing shortage and communication issues, the house had burned to the ground. Investigators assumed the 5 children had perished in the fire, but a search of the ashes revealed no human remains. The official explanation was that the fire had burned so hot that their bodies were completely cremated. However, this conclusion baffled experts, as even the most intense fires typically leave bones behind. The Soddes were unconvinced. The circumstances of the fire, coupled with strange occurrences in the weeks leading up to it, raised their suspicions. A few months earlier, a man had visited George looking for work. During the visit, he had pointed to the house's fuse box and warned that it would cause a fire someday. George dismissed the comment because he had recently had the house's wiring inspected and found it to be in perfect condition. Around the same time, another man had warned George that his outspoken criticism of Benito Mussolini, the Italian dictator, could have consequences for his family. As the family began piecing together these events, more oddities emerged. Jenny recalled hearing a strange noise on the roof before the fire and later found a small, hard object in the yard that resembled a pineapple bomb, a type of incendiary device. A bus driver passing through town that night reported seeing people throwing balls of fire at the house. These accounts deepened the Soddes' belief that the fire had been deliberately set. Adding to their suspicions, witnesses came forward claiming to have seen the children alive after the fire. One woman said she saw them in a passing car while the house was burning. Another claimed to have seen them at a hotel in Charleston, West Virginia, with two adults of Italian descent. The children appeared scared and unwilling to speak. These sightings were never verified, but they fueled the Soddes' growing conviction that their children had been kidnapped. Determined to find answers, George and Jenny hired private investigators and placed a billboard near their home displaying photos of the missing children and offering a reward for information. The billboard became a local landmark and a symbol of their relentless search for the truth. In 1968, more than 2 decades after the fire, Jenny received an envelope with no return address. Inside was a photograph of a young man who bore a striking resemblance to her son Louis. On the back of the photo was a cryptic message: Louis Sodde, I love brother Frankie. Ill boys. A 90132 or 35. Despite hiring a private detective to investigate, the Soddes were unable to trace the origins of the photograph or the sender. The case grew colder over the years, though the family never gave up hope. George died in 1969, and Jenny in 1989, without ever learning the fate of their children. Their surviving children have continued to seek answers, but the mystery remains unsolved. The Sodde children's disappearance is one of the most haunting unsolved cases in American history. Were the children victims of a tragic accident, or were they abducted in a sinister plot? The lack of evidence leaves the case shrouded in uncertainty, a chilling reminder of how even the most ordinary lives can be upended by unimaginable events. In this next unsettling tale, we explore the haunting case of the Isdal woman, whose death in the icy wilderness of Norway has remained one of the most enigmatic unsolved mysteries in modern history. On November 29, 1970, a professor and his 2 daughters were hiking through Isdalen, a remote and rugged valley near Bergen, Norway, known locally as Death Valley due to its history of suicides and hiking accidents. During their trek, they stumbled upon the charred remains of a woman lying among the rocks. She was partially burned, and the scene was both gruesome and bizarre. The woman's body was found surrounded by an array of strange items: a packed lunch, a few empty bottles, and traces of a sleeping pill known as phenobarbital. Most perplexing were the lack of identification documents and the labels meticulously removed from her clothing. A pair of rubber boots, a broken umbrella, and some jewelry lay nearby, placed almost ritualistically. The autopsy revealed even more disturbing details. The woman had consumed 50 to 70 sleeping pills, and soot was found in her lungs, indicating she was alive when set on fire. Her death was officially ruled a probable suicide, but the evidence pointed to a far more complex and sinister story. Investigators discovered 2 suitcases belonging to the woman at a train station in Bergen. Inside were wigs, cosmetics, and more clothing with the labels removed, as well as a notepad with indecipherable codes. These codes were later determined to be travel logs, detailing her movements across several European cities. Witnesses reported seeing her check into multiple hotels under various aliases, including Genevieve Lancia and Claudia Tielt, often speaking multiple languages fluently. The investigation revealed that the Isdal woman had been traveling under at least 9 false identities. She frequently changed her appearance, using wigs and makeup to disguise herself. Hotel staff recalled her behavior as cautious and secretive, avoiding eye contact and keeping to herself. These details sparked numerous theories. Some speculated that the woman was a Cold War spy, working for an intelligence agency and possibly assassinated by rivals. Her travel patterns and multiple aliases seemed consistent with espionage. Others suggested she might have been involved in illegal activities, such as smuggling or forgery, and was killed to silence her. One chilling theory posits that she was lured to her death by someone she trusted. The ritualistic arrangement of her belongings and the circumstances of her death suggest a level of premeditation that goes beyond suicide. The presence of sedatives and the burning of her body could have been an attempt to cover up a murder or obscure her identity. Despite decades of investigation, the Isdal woman's true identity and the circumstances of her death remain unknown. In recent years, advances in forensic science have offered new insights. Isotope analysis of her teeth suggested she grew up in Eastern or Central Europe, possibly near the France-Germany border. However, even this clue has failed to lead to definitive answers. The Isdal woman has captured the imagination of true crime enthusiasts and conspiracy theorists worldwide. Her story has inspired books, documentaries, and podcasts, all attempting to piece together the fragments of her mysterious life. But for every answer, new questions arise, deepening the enigma. Who was the Isdal woman? Was she a spy, a victim of foul play, or a tragic figure fleeing from a past she couldn't escape? Her case remains a haunting reminder of the secrets people can carry and the mysteries that may never be solved. For this story, we journey into one of the most infamous and controversial cases of paranormal activity, the Enfield poltergeist, which terrified a family and captivated investigators in the late 1970s. In 1977, Peggy Hodgson, a single mother of 4, lived in a modest council house at 284 Green Street in Enfield, England. Her quiet life was turned upside down when her 2 daughters, Janet, 11, and Margaret, 13, began experiencing strange occurrences. It started with furniture moving on its own, knocking sounds coming from the walls, and household items inexplicably flying across the room. One night, Peggy heard her daughters screaming. She rushed to their bedroom to find their chest of drawers sliding across the floor by itself. Despite her attempts to push it back, the furniture resisted her strength as though an unseen force was controlling it. Frightened, the Hodgson family fled to a neighbor's house and called the police. When an officer arrived, she witnessed a chair sliding across the room on its own but could find no explanation. News of the activity spread quickly, attracting the attention of journalists and paranormal investigators. Maurice Grosse and Guy Leon Playfair from the Society for Psychical Research arrived to document the phenomena. Over the next 18 months, they recorded over 2,000 incidents, including levitating objects, strange noises, and chilling voices that seemed to emanate from Janet herself. One of the most infamous elements of the Enfield case was Janet's apparent possession. The 11-year-old began speaking in a gruff, male voice, claiming to be a man named Bill Wilkins. Through Janet, Bill described his death in the house years earlier, saying he had died of a hemorrhage in an armchair. This claim was later corroborated by the house's previous owner, who confirmed that a man named Bill Wilkins had died in that exact manner. The phenomena grew more disturbing as Janet was reportedly levitated from her bed, thrown across the room, and even photographed mid-air by investigators. These images, though widely publicized, became a point of contention, with skeptics arguing they looked more like Janet jumping than levitating. Janet later admitted to faking a few incidents but insisted that the majority of the activity was genuine. As the case gained notoriety, skeptics and believers clashed over its authenticity. Skeptics argued that the events were nothing more than pranks by attention-seeking children or the result of mass hysteria. Believers, however, pointed to the sheer volume of witnesses, including journalists, police officers, and neighbors, as evidence of something truly paranormal. The activity eventually subsided in 1979, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions. Janet later admitted that while some events were exaggerated, she and her family experienced things they could not explain. Even Maurice Grosse, who initially approached the case with skepticism, became convinced that the Hodgson family had been the victims of genuine poltergeist activity. The Enfield poltergeist remains one of the most famous cases of paranormal investigation. It has inspired countless books, documentaries, and even films, including The Conjuring 2. Whether it was the work of mischievous children, a disturbed spirit, or something else entirely, the case continues to intrigue and terrify those who hear it. Was the Enfield haunting a glimpse into the supernatural or a cleverly orchestrated hoax? The truth may never be known, but the story serves as a chilling reminder of how thin the veil between the ordinary and the unexplainable can be. On September 8, 2017, 19-year-old Kanika Jenkins attended a party with friends at the Crown Plaza Hotel in Rosemont, Illinois, a suburb of Chicago. The night was meant to be a celebration, but it ended in tragedy when Kanika's body was discovered in a hotel freezer the following day. Her death, filled with strange details and unanswered questions, has left her family, investigators, and the public searching for the truth. Kanika was described as a bright, outgoing young woman with a close-knit group of friends and a promising future ahead. That evening, she and her friends arrived at the hotel around 11:30 p.m. to attend a party in one of the guest rooms. The party was lively, with loud music, alcohol, and social media posts documenting the festivities. Witnesses later reported that Kanika appeared to be drinking, though it's unclear how much she consumed. Around 1:30 a.m., Kanika's friends realized she was missing. They initially thought she had wandered off and began searching for her in the hotel. At some point, her phone and keys were discovered in the room, but Kanika herself was nowhere to be found. Her friends eventually called her mother, Teresa Martin, who arrived at the hotel around 5 a.m. to help look for her daughter. Teresa immediately demanded that hotel staff review surveillance footage, but her request was denied. Frustrated and panicked, she called the police, who initially treated Kanika's disappearance as a case of a missing person who had simply wandered off after a night of drinking. After hours of searching, hotel staff finally agreed to check the surveillance tapes. On the evening of September 9th, Kanika's body was found inside a walk-in freezer in a vacant area of the hotel's kitchen. She was lying on her side, partially clothed, with her hair matted and one shoe missing. The freezer door was closed, and the temperature inside was sub-zero. The discovery shocked her family and friends, raising immediate questions about how Kanika had ended up there. The autopsy revealed that Kanika had died from hypothermia. Her blood alcohol level was 0.112, above the legal limit for driving, and she had a small amount of a prescription drug in her system, commonly used for migraines and known to enhance the effects of alcohol. While the medical examiner ruled her death accidental, the circumstances surrounding her final moments were far from clear. Surveillance footage from the hotel provided some clues but raised even more questions. In the videos, Kanika can be seen stumbling through the hallways and kitchen areas of the hotel in the early hours of September 9th. She appears disoriented, bumping into walls and struggling to maintain her balance. However, there is no footage of her entering the freezer itself, leaving a crucial gap in the timeline. The freezer was located in an unused section of the kitchen that was under renovation, an area not typically accessed by hotel guests. Critics of the investigation questioned how Kanika had managed to find her way there and why no one had stopped her. The fact that the freezer door was heavy and required effort to open further deepened the mystery. The case quickly garnered national attention, fueled by viral social media posts and online discussions. Many questioned whether Kanika had been the victim of foul play. Some speculated that her friends or other partygoers may have been involved, pointing to perceived inconsistencies in their accounts of the night. Others suggested that hotel staff or management might have been negligent or complicit in her death. Conspiracy theories also emerged, with some alleging that Kanika had been targeted for organ trafficking or that there was a cover-up involving the hotel and local authorities. While these theories lack evidence, they highlight the public's deep distrust in the official investigation. Kanika's family, led by her mother Teresa, has tirelessly fought for justice. Teresa has publicly criticized the hotel and law enforcement for their handling of the case, arguing that more could have been done to prevent her daughter's death and to uncover the truth. She has also been a vocal advocate for greater transparency in investigations involving missing and vulnerable individuals. Despite the official ruling of accidental death, many aspects of Kanika's case remain unresolved. How did she access a restricted area of the hotel? Why was there no surveillance footage of her entering the freezer? And what role, if any, did those around her play in the events of that night? The death of Kanika Jenkins is a tragic and chilling reminder of how quickly a night of celebration can turn into a nightmare. Her story continues to resonate with those who seek answers and justice, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions that may never be fully resolved. In this next story, we explore a baffling case of a young man who seemingly vanished into thin air, leaving behind a trail of questions but no answers. On the night of March 31, 2006, Brian Schaffer, a 27-year-old medical student at Ohio State University, decided to celebrate the beginning of spring break with his friends. Brian, described as charismatic and ambitious, was close to his family and had a promising future ahead of him. But what began as a night of fun ended in one of the most perplexing disappearances in modern history. Brian and his friend Clint Florence started the evening by bar hopping in Columbus, Ohio. They eventually ended up at the Ugly Tuna Say Loona, a popular college hangout near the OSU campus. Surveillance footage from the bar captured Brian around 1:55 a.m., chatting and smiling with two women near the escalator leading to the bar's entrance. Moments later, he walked out of the camera's view. This would be the last confirmed sighting of Brian Schaffer. As the night wound down, Clint and another friend, Meredith Reed, searched for Brian to head home, but he was nowhere to be found. They assumed he had left on his own or found another way home. The following day, Brian's girlfriend, Alexis Wagoner, who had been out of town, became concerned when she couldn't reach him. Brian had been planning to propose to Alexis on a trip to Miami just days later, making his silence all the more unusual. When Brian failed to show up for his flight, his family and friends knew something was wrong. Police began an extensive search, combing through surveillance footage, questioning patrons and staff, and even using search dogs to trace his scent. Yet, there was no sign of Brian. The most puzzling aspect of the case was the surveillance footage from the Ugly Tuna Say Loona. While cameras clearly showed Brian entering the bar, there was no footage of him leaving. The bar's only two exits were under constant surveillance, and Brian's image never appeared on the tapes again. It was as if he had simply vanished. Investigators considered several theories. One possibility was that Brian had exited the bar through a back service door, which led to a construction site. If Brian had wandered into the site, he might have fallen or become trapped. However, an extensive search of the area revealed no trace of him. Another theory was that Brian had deliberately disappeared. Some speculated he was overwhelmed by the recent death of his mother, Renee, who had passed away from cancer just weeks earlier. Could he have chosen to start a new life elsewhere? His loved ones found this theory hard to believe, given his plans with Alexis and his otherwise stable life. Foul play was also considered. Brian was a healthy and fit young man, but could he have been abducted or harmed after leaving the bar? Clint, the friend who had been with him that night, came under scrutiny when he refused to take a polygraph test. However, there was no evidence linking Clint to Brian's disappearance. Over the years, sightings of Brian have been reported in various locations, from Georgia to Sweden, but none have been confirmed. His father, Randy Schaffer, tirelessly searched for answers, even posting messages to Brian on social media, pleading for him to come home. Tragically, Randy died in 2008 after being struck by a falling tree during a storm, leaving Brian's remaining family to continue the search for closure. In 2020, police released an age-progressed image of what Brian might look like, reigniting public interest in the case. Despite ongoing efforts, Brian Schaffer's fate remains a mystery. Was he the victim of a tragic accident, foul play, or something else entirely? The disappearance of Brian Schaffer is a haunting reminder of how someone can vanish without a trace, even in a crowded, public place. It's a story that leaves behind more questions than answers and continues to perplex investigators, friends, and family to this day. In this haunting tale, we explore the mysterious disappearance of Tara Calico, a bright young woman whose case has puzzled investigators and sparked disturbing theories for over 3 decades. On the morning of September 20, 1988, 19-year-old Tara Calico left her home in Belen, New Mexico, to go on her daily bike ride. An active and outgoing college student, Tara was known for her routine, often riding along Highway 47 with her Walkman in hand. That morning, she told her mother, Patty Dull, to come looking for her if she wasn't back by noon. Tara never returned. When Patty went to search for her daughter, she found no sign of Tara or her pink Huffy bike. The only clue was a broken piece of Tara's Walkman lying along the side of the road. Further down the highway, tire marks and another piece of her Walkman were discovered, suggesting a struggle might have occurred. Authorities suspected foul play and launched a search, but no significant leads emerged. Months turned into years, and Tara's disappearance became a cold case. Then, in June 1989, a chilling photograph was discovered in a convenience store parking lot in Port St. Joe, Florida, nearly 1,500 miles away from where Tara disappeared. The Polaroid showed a young woman and a boy, both bound and gagged, lying in the back of what appeared to be a van. The woman bore a striking resemblance to Tara, and the boy's identity remains unknown to this day. The photograph sparked national attention and renewed interest in Tara's case. Experts analyzed the image and determined that the woman could indeed be Tara based on her physical features and a scar on her leg that matched one Tara had from a previous injury. The boy, however, remained unidentified, and no missing persons reports from the area matched his description. Despite the photo's discovery, investigators were unable to track down the van or confirm the identities of the people in the image. The man who found the photograph claimed he had seen the van in the parking lot, driven by a man with a mustache, but the lead went cold. Over the years, several theories have emerged about Tara's fate. One of the most prominent theories involves local boys who may have accidentally hit Tara with their truck while she was biking. According to this theory, they panicked and decided to cover up the accident, disposing of her body. This explanation is bolstered by rumors that the boys' families had ties to local law enforcement, potentially leading to a cover-up. However, no evidence has ever substantiated these claims. The photograph added a darker dimension to the case, fueling speculation that Tara had been abducted and trafficked. Some believe she was taken across state lines and held captive, possibly for years. Others theorize that the photo was staged and unrelated to Tara, further muddying the waters of an already complex mystery. In 2008, on the 20th anniversary of Tara's disappearance, Sheriff René Rivera of Valencia County made a controversial statement. He claimed he knew what had happened to Tara and that two local boys had indeed struck her with their vehicle. According to Rivera, they disposed of her body with the help of their families. However, Rivera refused to release names or evidence, citing a lack of concrete proof to make an arrest. His statement caused outrage among Tara's family and the public, but it brought no closer resolution. Tara's case remains unsolved, and her family continues to seek answers. Over the years, they have advocated for more advanced forensic techniques and public awareness to bring Tara home. In 2020, the FBI announced a $20,000 reward for information leading to her whereabouts, reigniting hope that her case might one day be solved. The disappearance of Tara Calico is a chilling reminder of how someone can vanish without a trace, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions and theories. Was she the victim of a tragic accident, a calculated abduction, or something even more sinister? The truth remains elusive, but her story continues to haunt and captivate those who hear it. In this harrowing tale, we revisit the baffling disappearance of Madeleine McCann, a case that has captivated global attention and sparked endless speculation for over a decade. On May 3, 2007, 3-year-old Madeleine McCann vanished from her family's holiday apartment in Praia de Luz, a resort town in Portugal. The McCann family, parents Kate and Jerry, and their 3 children, Madeleine and her younger twin siblings, had been enjoying a week-long vacation at the Ocean Club. What began as a peaceful family trip turned into a nightmare that has yet to be resolved. The evening of Madeleine's disappearance started like any other. Around 8:30 p.m., Kate and Jerry left their children asleep in their apartment while they joined friends for dinner at a tapas restaurant within the resort complex, approximately 50 meters away. The parents took turns checking on the children every 20 to 30 minutes. At 10 p.m., when Kate went to check on the children, she found Madeleine's bed empty and the window of the bedroom open. Panic ensued. Kate alerted Jerry and their friends, screaming, "They've taken her." A frantic search began immediately, but Madeleine was nowhere to be found. The local police, the Guardia Nazionale Repubblicana, were called, but their response was criticized as slow and disorganized. The apartment and surrounding area were not sealed off, allowing contamination of potential evidence. Volunteers and resort staff joined the search, but no trace of Madeleine was found. As the hours turned into days, the case garnered international attention. Images of Madeleine, a cherubic blonde-haired, green-eyed child, were circulated worldwide. Her parents made heartfelt public appeals, and the British government offered support in the investigation. Despite the massive publicity and resources poured into the case, leads were scarce. Early on, police focused on the theory of an abduction. Witnesses reported seeing a suspicious man carrying a child near the McCann apartment around the time Madeleine disappeared. Sketches of the suspect, based on conflicting descriptions, were released but led to no significant breakthroughs. However, As the investigation dragged on without answers, the spotlight turned to Kate and Jerry McCann themselves. Portuguese authorities began to question inconsistencies in their statements and their decision to leave their children unattended. In September 2007, they were officially named as arguidos, or suspects. The media frenzy escalated, with tabloids accusing the McCanns of accidentally causing Madeline's death and covering it up. The McCanns vehemently denied any involvement, maintaining that Madeline had been abducted. They hired private investigators and launched a campaign to keep public attention on the case. In 2008, Portuguese authorities closed the investigation, citing a lack of evidence. The McCanns were cleared of any wrongdoing, but the damage to their reputation lingered. Over the years, numerous theories about Madeline's fate have emerged. Some believe she was abducted by a child trafficking ring, while others suggest she was taken by a lone predator. Reports surfaced of potential sightings in various countries, but none were substantiated. The lack of concrete evidence left room for speculation, conspiracy theories, and online sleuthing. In 2011, the British Metropolitan Police launched Operation Grange, a new inquiry into Madeline's disappearance. They re-examined evidence and pursued new leads, including a theory that Madeline may have been kidnapped during a botched burglary. Despite their efforts, the investigation yielded no definitive answers. In 2020, German authorities announced a potential breakthrough. A man named Christian Bruckner, a convicted sex offender, was identified as a suspect. Bruckner had been living near Praia da Luz at the time of Madeline's disappearance and had a history of crimes against children. However, despite this revelation, no charges have been filed, and Bruckner denies involvement. Madeline's disappearance has had a profound and enduring impact. Her case highlighted systemic flaws in international child abduction investigations and prompted changes in how missing children cases are handled across borders. Her parents established the Madeleine McCann Fund to support the search for their daughter and raise awareness about missing children worldwide. 16 years later, Madeleine McCann's fate remains unknown. Her story continues to evoke deep sympathy, debate, and frustration. Was she the victim of an opportunistic abductor, a calculated trafficking operation, or something else entirely? The truth remains elusive, leaving her family and the world to grapple with one of the most heartbreaking mysteries of our time. Amy Lynn Bradley, a 23-year-old woman with a bright future and a loving family, disappeared under mysterious circumstances while vacationing on a cruise ship in 1998. Her case, filled with unsettling clues and chilling possibilities, has remained one of the most baffling missing persons mysteries to date. Amy was an outgoing and athletic young woman who had recently graduated from Longwood University in Virginia. To celebrate her accomplishments, her family, her parents, Ron and Eva, and her brother, Brad, decided to take a Caribbean cruise aboard the Royal Caribbean ship Rhapsody of the Seas. The vacation was meant to be a relaxing and joyous time, but it would turn into a nightmare. The Bradleys boarded the ship on March 21, 1998, and Amy seemed to enjoy the first couple of days of the cruise. However, things took a dark turn in the early morning hours of March 24th. Amy and her brother Brad had been at the ship's nightclub, partying and enjoying the live band. Amy was last seen around 5:30 a.m., sitting on the balcony of their cabin. Her father, Ron, woke up a short time later and noticed Amy was gone. At first, Ron assumed Amy had simply gone for a walk or to grab breakfast. But as time passed and there was no sign of her, panic set in. The ship was about to dock in Curaçao, and the Bradleys begged the crew to delay disembarking passengers to conduct a thorough search. However, the crew refused, arguing that Amy had likely gone overboard and allowed passengers to leave the ship. This critical decision may have sealed Amy's fate. An initial search of the ship found no evidence that Amy had fallen overboard. She was a strong swimmer, and no one believed she would have wandered too close to the edge or jumped voluntarily. Her family began to suspect foul play. Over the following days, weeks, and years, disturbing clues emerged, suggesting Amy might have been abducted. Several witnesses claimed to have seen her after her disappearance. In 1999, a Canadian tourist reported seeing a woman resembling Amy on a beach in Curaçao. The woman allegedly approached him, looking frightened and begging for help, before being whisked away by two men. Another sighting came from a U.S. Navy officer who said he saw Amy in a brothel in Curaçao, where she told him she was being held against her will. Adding to the mystery, photographs of a woman resembling Amy appeared on a website advertising escorts. The family hired private investigators and even enlisted the help of organizations specializing in human trafficking cases. Despite these efforts, none of the leads ever resulted in concrete answers. The cruise ship staff and passengers also came under scrutiny. Amy had been approached by members of the ship's band, who had been seen talking to her the night before her disappearance. One band member, in particular, expressed unusual interest in Amy, and her brother later recalled seeing him acting suspiciously. However, no evidence was ever found linking the band or any other staff to her disappearance. The Bradley family has never stopped searching for Amy. They have worked tirelessly to keep her case in the public eye, appearing on national television shows and offering a substantial reward for information leading to her safe return. Despite their efforts, Amy's fate remains a haunting mystery. To this day, the disappearance of Amy Lynn Bradley is a chilling reminder of how quickly and completely someone can vanish, even in the seemingly safe environment of a family vacation. Was Amy abducted and forced into human trafficking? Or did something else entirely happen aboard the Rhapsody of the Seas that morning? The answers remain elusive, leaving behind a trail of questions that continues to disturb and captivate those who hear her story. On the afternoon of August 20, 1966, a young man and his nephew were flying a kite on Morro do Vintum, a hilly area in Niterói, Brazil. Their carefree day took a dark turn when they stumbled upon two lifeless bodies. The discovery would ignite one of the most bizarre and unsettling mysteries in Brazil's history, now known as the lead masks case. The bodies were those of two men, later identified as Manuel Pereira da Cruz and Miguel José Viana, both electronic technicians from Campos dos Goitacazes, a city hours away. They were found lying side by side, dressed in matching suits and waterproof raincoats. Most curiously, each man wore a homemade lead mask, the kind used to protect against radiation. Beside them lay an empty water bottle, two wet towels, and a notebook containing cryptic instructions: 1630B at the specified location, 1830 ingest capsules, after effect protect metals, wait for signal. There were no signs of trauma or struggle, and the scene puzzled investigators. The immediate question was, what had killed them? An autopsy revealed no clear cause of death. The mystery deepened when toxicology tests failed to determine if the men had ingested poison, drugs, or any other lethal substance, partly because the bodies had decomposed too much during the days they lay in the open. The bizarre nature of the case spurred countless theories, ranging from the rational to the fantastical. Investigators began piecing together the days leading up to Manuel and Miguel's deaths. On August 17, the two men left Campos dos Goitacazes, telling their families they were traveling to purchase materials for work. They carried a large sum of money, though much of it was later found to be spent on a waterproof coat and the lead sheets used to make the masks. Witnesses later recalled seeing the men at a bar near Morro do Vintum on August 20th, appearing nervous and agitated. A waitress mentioned that Miguel seemed to be checking his watch repeatedly, as if waiting for something. It was the last time they were seen alive. As investigators delved deeper, they discovered that Manuel and Miguel had a keen interest in spiritualism and were known to conduct experiments involving electromagnetic fields. Some suggested that the pair had been attempting to contact extraterrestrial beings or harness a mysterious energy source. The lead masks, according to this theory, were meant to protect them from harmful radiation during the experiment. Others believed the men might have fallen victim to a scam or been misled by a third party. A popular hypothesis suggested they were part of a cult or secret society that orchestrated their deaths. However, no evidence of such an organization was ever uncovered. The strangest theory came from locals who believed the men had been involved in a UFO encounter. In the weeks before their deaths, residents in the area reported seeing bright lights in the sky near Morro do Vintum. Some speculated that Manuel and Miguel had been trying to communicate with extraterrestrial beings and had died as a result of their contact. Despite these theories, the case remained unsolved, and the families of the men were left with more questions than answers. Who, or what, had they been waiting for on that hill? What was the purpose of the lead masks? And what had caused their sudden deaths? Over the years, the lead masks case has become a symbol of unsolved mysteries, inspiring books, documentaries, and discussions among true crime enthusiasts and paranormal researchers. Its strange combination of cryptic instructions, unexplained deaths, and the eerie setting of Morro do Vintim ensures its place among the world's most perplexing enigmas. To this day, the deaths of Manuel Pereira da Cruz and Miguel José Viana remain unexplained, their final moments shrouded in secrecy. Was it a failed experiment, a tragic misunderstanding, or something far more mysterious? The truth may never be known, leaving the lead masks case as an enduring puzzle that continues to fascinate and unsettle. In this strange and unnerving tale, we dive into the mysterious case of the Oakville Blobs, an event that left a small town questioning whether they were the victims of a freak weather phenomenon, biological warfare, or something out of science fiction. On August 7, 1994, in Oakville, Washington, a bizarre event unfolded that defied explanation. Around 3 a.m., a strange, jelly-like substance began raining down over a 20-square-mile area. The translucent blobs were about the size of grains of rice and had the consistency of gelatin. Unlike normal rain, this substance stuck to surfaces, coating rooftops, vehicles, and the ground in a slimy film. At first, residents were baffled but not overly alarmed. However, within hours, people began experiencing severe symptoms. Many fell ill with flu-like conditions, including dizziness, nausea, difficulty breathing, and fatigue. Even animals in the area, such as cats and dogs, became lethargic and sick. Local resident Dottie Hearn was one of the first to report symptoms, describing a sudden wave of dizziness and blurred vision. She was taken to the hospital, where doctors were unable to determine the cause of her condition. The phenomenon recurred 6 times over the next 3 weeks, each time bringing more of the mysterious blobs and worsening symptoms. Concerned residents began to speculate about the source of the substance, and samples were sent to a lab for testing. What scientists found only deepened the mystery. Analysis revealed that the blobs contained human white blood cells but no discernible nucleus, a finding that puzzled biologists. The substance also appeared to host 2 types of bacteria, one of which is typically found in the human digestive system. These anomalies led to wild theories about the blob's origin. One of the most popular theories suggests that the blobs were the result of military testing or biological warfare. Oakville is located near several military installations, and some residents recalled seeing unmarked aircraft flying in the area before the rain began. They speculated that the military might have been testing a biological agent, intentionally or otherwise. However, the US military denied any involvement, leaving the theory unconfirmed. Another theory proposed that the blobs were the result of jellyfish debris scattered into the atmosphere during military bombing exercises over the Pacific Ocean. According to this hypothesis, the explosions may have vaporized jellyfish, which then mixed with rain clouds and fell over Oakville. While imaginative, this theory lacks scientific support. Others have suggested a more mundane but equally puzzling explanation. The blobs might have been the byproduct of industrial waste or environmental pollution. However, no factories or facilities in the area reported any incidents that could explain the phenomenon. For some, the event took on a more supernatural tone. The combination of unexplained illness, strange weather, and eerie blobs led conspiracy theorists to suggest extraterrestrial involvement or even divine punishment. These theories, while popular among UFO enthusiasts, have no basis in evidence. Despite extensive investigation, the Oakville blobs phenomenon remains unsolved. The substance has not been definitively identified, and the cause of the widespread illnesses has never been determined. Some residents believe the government knows more than it's letting on, while others have accepted the mystery as an unsolvable anomaly. The Oakville blobs case is a fascinating reminder of how even in a world dominated by science and technology, some events defy explanation. Were the blobs the result of a secret experiment, a freak natural occurrence, or something beyond human understanding? The truth remains as elusive as the gelatinous rain that fell on that strange August night. In our next chilling story, we delve into the legend of the phantom train of Greywick Crossing, a ghostly locomotive that haunts a forgotten railway track, appearing out of the mist on moonless nights, with no crew, no passengers, and no destination. The tale has terrified generations of those living near the old tracks that once connected distant mining towns with the city beyond the hills. The railway that ran through Greywick Crossing was constructed in the late 1800s, during a time when the mining industry in the region was booming. Trains carried coal, iron, and workers between the mines and the factories, fueling the growth of the town. Greywick Crossing was a small, remote station, little more than a platform, a signal box, and a few waiting benches. It served as a rest point for train crews who worked the long, grueling shifts bringing their precious cargo from the hills to the sprawling industrial cities. It was in the winter of 1895 that the story began. A heavy storm had rolled in from the west, blanketing the hills in a thick layer of snow. On that fateful night, Train 451, a heavy freight locomotive hauling coal, left the mining camp with a small crew of 5. They were seasoned railway workers, accustomed to the dangers of winter travel. The train was scheduled to pass through Greywick Crossing at approximately 11:30 p.m. before heading on to the city. That night, as the storm raged on, something went terribly wrong. The signalman stationed at Greywick Crossing, an elderly man named Thomas Willoughby, was the last known person to have seen Train 451. Thomas recalled seeing the lights of the locomotive approaching through the swirling snow, its whistle echoing mournfully through the night air. As the train approached the crossing, Thomas raised his lantern in greeting, but the train did not slow down. Instead, it barreled through the crossing at a speed far too dangerous for the stormy conditions. The cars rattled, sparks flew from the wheels, and the windows of the engine cab were dark. Thomas caught a glimpse of the engineer's face, pale, eyes wide with terror, as though he had lost all control. As the train sped into the darkness, its whistle wailed again, a long, eerie sound that faded slowly into the night. The next day, when the storm had finally subsided, the alarm was raised. Train 451 had never arrived at its destination, and no one could contact the crew. Search teams were sent out, scouring the length of the track. They found no sign of the train, no wreckage, no tracks in the snow, and no evidence that it had ever left the railway. It was as if Train 451 and its entire crew had simply vanished into thin air. The disappearance baffled investigators. How could an entire train vanish without a trace, without leaving behind even a single twisted rail or splintered carriage? Some claimed that the train must have derailed somewhere in the remote hills, buried beneath an avalanche or lost in a hidden valley, but no trace was ever found. The mystery haunted Greywick Crossing, and the railway workers grew fearful of traveling those tracks at night. A month after the disappearance, the first sighting of the phantom train was reported. Thomas Willoughby, the old signalman, claimed that he saw the lights of Train 451 coming through the fog once more. He described standing at the crossing, staring in disbelief as the ghostly locomotive approached, its headlamp glowing dimly, smoke billowing from the stack, and the whistle letting out a long, mournful cry. But the train was silent, its wheels making no sound on the iron rails. As it passed, Thomas swore he saw the faces of the crew, staring out from the windows of the engine cab, expressionless, eyes hollow, their mouths moving as if they were calling out for help. He turned and watched as the train disappeared down the line, vanishing into the mist, leaving behind nothing but an eerie silence and the faint smell of burning coal. The sightings continued over the years. Farmers working the fields near the tracks reported seeing the train at night, a spectral locomotive appearing from nowhere, lights glowing in the darkness, before vanishing as suddenly as it had arrived. Those who dared to approach the tracks described feeling an unnatural chill in the air, and some claimed they could hear the faint clattering of wheels and the distant wail of a whistle echoing through the hills, though the tracks had long since fallen out of use. By the early 20th century, the mines began to close, and the railway fell into disrepair. The station at Greywick Crossing was abandoned, its platform overtaken by weeds, the signal box left to rot. The tracks themselves were eventually removed, the iron rails sold for scrap, leaving nothing but the overgrown railway embankment cutting through the hills. But even without the tracks, the legend of the phantom train persisted. Travelers passing through Greywick Crossing reported strange occurrences, headlights appearing on the old railway bed, the distant sound of a train whistle on foggy nights, and the unmistakable clanking of wheels on iron rails. Locals warned newcomers to stay away from the crossing after dark, to avoid the old railway path that wound its way through the hills. They spoke of the train as if it were a restless spirit, forever doomed to retrace its final journey, its crew trapped between the world of the living and the dead. One particularly chilling encounter was recounted by a young couple traveling through the area in the winter of 1963. They claimed their car had stalled on the old railway crossing, shrouded in a thick fog. As they tried to restart the engine, they heard it, the low, mournful whistle of a train approaching. Panicked, they looked around, expecting to see headlights bearing down on them, but there were no tracks, no sign of any train. Yet the sound grew louder, closer, until they felt a rush of cold air, as if something had passed right through them. When the car finally started, they sped away, vowing never to return to Greywick Crossing. To this day, the legend endures. The phantom train of Greywick Crossing is said to still haunt the old railway bed, appearing on misty, moonless nights, its ghostly form emerging from the darkness, its whistle echoing with a sadness that chills to the bone. Some believe that the crew is trying to complete their final journey, seeking the station that they never reached, forever trapped in an endless loop. Others claim that the train is a warning, a reminder of the dangers of the past, of the lives lost to the unforgiving winter and the greed of those who push too hard for profit. Whatever the truth, the phantom train remains one of the most enduring ghost stories of the region, a spectral echo of a tragic night, a train that never reached its destination, and a crew that vanished without a trace, forever wandering the hills of Greywick Crossing, lost in the mist, searching for a way home. We are moving to our next story. In 1890, Louis Le Prince, an inventor and pioneer in motion picture technology, stepped aboard a train in France and vanished without a trace. His disappearance is not only one of history's most perplexing unsolved cases but also a chilling mystery that has led to speculation of conspiracy, murder, and betrayal. Louis-Aimé Augustin Le Prince, born in 1841, was a French artist and inventor credited with creating some of the earliest moving pictures. Long before Thomas Edison or the Lumiere brothers became synonymous with film, Le Prince had successfully recorded short films using a single-lens camera. His breakthrough works, including Roundhay Garden Scene and Traffic Crossing Leeds Bridge, are considered the first motion pictures in history. Le Prince's dream was to showcase his invention to the world and secure a patent, revolutionizing visual entertainment. By the late 1880s, he was preparing to travel to America for a public demonstration that would cement his legacy. But before his departure, he decided to visit his family in Dijon, France. On September 16, 1890, after spending time with his brother Albert in Dijon, Le Prince boarded a train to Paris. He was seen entering his compartment with his luggage, including his latest invention. However, when the train arrived in Paris, Le Prince was nowhere to be found. His compartment was empty, and there was no sign of his belongings. He had simply vanished. The disappearance baffled authorities and sparked immediate speculation. How could a man vanish from a moving train without leaving a trace? The train had not made any unscheduled stops, and there were no reports of suspicious activity along the route. A thorough investigation of the train, tracks, and surrounding areas yielded no evidence of foul play or an accident. As news of Le Prince's disappearance spread, theories about his fate began to emerge. One of the most plausible ideas was that Le Prince had been murdered, perhaps over his groundbreaking invention. The world of invention and patents in the late 19th century was fiercely competitive, and Le Prince's work posed a direct challenge to other inventors, including Thomas Edison, who was already vying for dominance in the emerging motion picture industry. Some theorists suggest that agents working for Edison or other rivals may have orchestrated Le Prince's disappearance to eliminate competition. Another theory posits that Le Prince's disappearance was the result of a family dispute. Some speculate that Albert, Le Prince's brother, might have been involved, though no evidence supports this claim. Theories of suicide also surfaced, with suggestions that Le Prince, burdened by financial struggles and the pressures of his work, may have taken his own life. However, his family strongly rejected this notion, pointing to his excitement about the upcoming demonstration in America. A more speculative theory suggests that Le Prince was abducted by agents of the French or British governments. Both nations were interested in technological advancements, and Le Prince's invention would have been a valuable asset. While intriguing, this idea lacks concrete evidence. In the years following Le Prince's disappearance, his family faced ongoing struggles to preserve his legacy. Without Le Prince present to demonstrate and patent his invention, Thomas Edison went on to secure his claim as the father of motion pictures. Le Prince's son, Adolphe, fought tirelessly to gain recognition for his father's contributions, even testifying in court against Edison in a patent dispute. Tragically, Adolphe himself died under mysterious circumstances in 1902, further deepening the family's sorrow. To this day, the disappearance of Louis Le Prince remains one of history's most haunting enigmas. Was he murdered by a rival, silenced by a government, or the victim of a tragic accident? His story stands as a reminder of how ambition, invention, and mystery can intertwine, leaving behind unanswered questions and a legacy that might have changed the course of history. Louis Le Prince is remembered as a visionary whose disappearance continues to fascinate and unsettle. The truth of what happened on that train to Paris may never be known, but his work lives on, a testament to his genius and a chilling backdrop to one of history's great unsolved mysteries. For this story, we delve into the unsettling and baffling case of Cindy James, a woman who endured years of harassment, stalking, and violence before her mysterious death left investigators divided. Cindy James was a 44-year-old nurse living in Richmond, British Columbia. By all accounts, she was kind, intelligent, and well-liked. However, beginning in 1982, her life descended into a nightmare. Cindy reported receiving anonymous threatening phone calls, letters, and visits from an unseen stalker. The harassment ranged from eerie whispers over the phone to explicit threats against her life. Cindy initially sought help from the police, but the stalker's tactics escalated. Windows in her home were smashed, strange noises were heard at night, and dead cats were found in her yard. On one occasion, she discovered her porch light shattered and a note that read, "You're dead." Terrified, Cindy moved to a new home, changed her phone number, and even hired a private investigator, but the harassment followed her. The private investigator, Ozzy Caban, became deeply concerned about Cindy's safety. He once arrived at her house to find her lying unconscious in her garage, with a nylon stocking tied tightly around her neck. Cindy claimed that she had been attacked but could not describe her assailant. Caban began to suspect that Cindy might know more about her stalker than she was letting on. Over the next several years, Cindy was found in increasingly dangerous and bizarre situations. On one occasion, she was discovered unconscious in a ditch, covered in bruises and suffering from hypothermia. Her hands and feet were bound, but she had no memory of how she ended up there. Despite these incidents, investigators found no evidence of an intruder or attacker, leading some to question whether Cindy's claims were real or the product of psychological distress. Cindy's family and friends remained divided. Some believed she was the victim of a sadistic stalker who was tormenting her to the point of mental collapse. Others suspected that Cindy was staging the attacks herself, possibly as a cry for help or as part of a psychological disorder. The nightmare reached its climax on May 25, 1989, when Cindy disappeared. Her car was found abandoned in a parking lot, with groceries and a wrapped gift in the back seat. Blood was smeared on the driver's side door, and personal items were scattered on the ground. 2 weeks later, on June 8, Cindy's body was discovered in the yard of an abandoned house. She was lying on her side, with her hands and feet bound and a nylon stocking wrapped around her neck. An autopsy revealed that she had died from an overdose of morphine and other sedatives. Strangely, the coroner determined that Cindy had likely died the same day she disappeared, despite her body being found 2 weeks later. Cindy's death raised more questions than answers. Police were unable to determine how she could have tied herself up in such a way after administering a lethal dose of drugs. Yet, there was no evidence to suggest anyone else was involved. The official ruling on her death was undetermined, leaving open the possibility of suicide, accidental death, or foul play. Over the years, Cindy's case has inspired heated debate. Those who believe she was a victim point to the years of harassment and threats as evidence that she was targeted by a cunning and sadistic stalker. Skeptics argue that Cindy's history of reported attacks and her mental health struggles suggest she may have staged the incidents, culminating in her death by suicide. The case of Cindy James remains one of Canada's most perplexing unsolved mysteries. Was she the victim of an elusive predator, or was her greatest tormentor herself? Cindy's story serves as a haunting reminder of how the boundaries between reality and perception can blur, leaving behind a legacy of fear, suspicion, and unanswered questions. For our next unsettling tale, we explore the baffling disappearance of the entire crew of the Fairweather 2, a cargo ship that vanished under circumstances so mysterious that it has left sailors and investigators puzzled for decades. This story takes us into the cold, treacherous waters of the North Atlantic, where the sea has been known to swallow vessels and their crews without a trace, but none so strangely as this. The Fairweather II was a modest-sized cargo ship that primarily transported goods between the ports of Newfoundland and Iceland. She was captained by Jacob Marlowe, a seasoned seaman with over 20 years of experience, and crewed by a team of 9 men who were known for their skill and camaraderie. The ship set sail from Reykjavik on a late October evening in 1953, carrying a load of dry goods destined for the port of St. John's in Newfoundland. The journey across the North Atlantic was one fraught with natural dangers, sudden storms, enormous waves, and treacherous ice. Yet for Captain Marlowe and his crew, this was a well-trodden path. The voyage began without incident, and the Fairweather II maintained regular radio contact, reporting calm seas and favorable winds as she made her way southwest. On the morning of October 27, the ship sent its final transmission, a routine weather report. Everything seemed normal. But over the next 2 days, the Fairweather II went silent. No further communications were received, and concern began to mount in St. John's as the ship failed to arrive as scheduled. After several days of silence, a search effort was launched, involving both air and sea units. On November 1st, the Fairweather II was found drifting, seemingly intact, roughly 150 miles off the coast of Newfoundland. There was no apparent damage to the ship, no signs of a struggle, no distress signals, and no visible reason why she would be floating without her crew. The search vessel approached cautiously, and a boarding party climbed aboard to investigate. What they found was deeply unsettling. The ship was completely abandoned. There were no crew members on board, no bodies, and no indications of where the men had gone. The engine was idling, running in neutral, and the ship's logbook lay open on the navigation table, with the last entry made just hours before they were found. The galley still contained half-eaten meals, coffee cups sat on the table, and in the crew's quarters, personal belongings were neatly stowed, as if the crew had simply stepped away and never returned. The boarding party searched every inch of the vessel. They checked for signs of foul play, bloodstains, weapons, or any evidence of an altercation, but found nothing. The lifeboats were still secured in their cradles, and the ship appeared seaworthy, with no leaks or mechanical failures. The only thing missing was the crew. Further investigation by authorities revealed strange details that only deepened the mystery. In the ship's radio room, the log of transmissions indicated no distress calls were ever made, despite the abandonment. Charts and maps were laid out, seemingly untouched, and the ship's course had not deviated from its intended path. One oddity, however, caught the investigators' attention. The ship's compass had been smashed, as if hit with great force. Next to it, the emergency flare gun was missing, though there was no evidence it had been fired. The disappearance of the Fairweather II's crew sparked numerous theories. The most immediate assumption was that the crew may have abandoned ship for some reason, perhaps believing the ship to be in imminent danger. However, this theory fell apart upon closer scrutiny. The lifeboats were still present, and there was no indication of flooding or fire, nothing that would explain why experienced sailors would abandon a perfectly functional ship in the middle of the ocean. Another theory suggested foul play, piracy, or a mutiny. But the North Atlantic, cold and isolated, was not known for pirate activity, and there was no evidence of a struggle or anything stolen from the ship. Besides, mutiny seemed unlikely, as Captain Marlowe was well liked by his crew, and the ship's logbook made no mention of any internal disputes or unrest. Some began to speculate that the crew had been victims of something more sinister, perhaps even paranormal. The North Atlantic has long been a source of strange tales, ghost ships, monstrous waves, and inexplicable phenomena. Some whispered about the calling of the deep, an old sailor's superstition that spoke of strange voices that could lure men into the sea. These voices, it was said, could drive even the most rational of men to madness, compelling them to walk willingly off their ships and into the cold embrace of the ocean. Adding to the eerie atmosphere, fishermen who sailed near the location where the Fairweather II was found reported seeing strange lights in the sky on the night surrounding the ship's disappearance, flickering orbs of light that hovered silently over the water before vanishing into the darkness. Though these accounts were dismissed by authorities as exaggerations or tricks of the mind, they added an element of the supernatural that could not be easily shaken. Then there was the compass, smashed to pieces. Some investigators believed it might have been a last desperate attempt by one of the crew to sabotage something, though what exactly was unclear. It seemed that, whatever had happened, fear had driven them to destroy their own navigational aid. But what could cause a crew of experienced sailors to lose all rationality? The Fairweather II was eventually towed to St. John's, where it was thoroughly examined, but no further clues emerged. The ship was in near-perfect condition, and there were no hidden compartments, no secret cargo, nothing that would explain why 9 men had vanished without a trace. The official report concluded that the crew had likely been swept overboard during a storm, but there was no supporting evidence, and those who had boarded the ship insisted that the calm seas during the time of disappearance made such an occurrence improbable. The fate of the Fairweather 2's crew remains one of the ocean's great unsolved mysteries. Some believe they were victims of a freak accident, while others are convinced something far more mysterious occurred in the cold waters of the North Atlantic. Did they encounter something beyond their understanding, something that drove them to abandon ship without a trace? Or were they simply unlucky victims of the sea's unpredictable and unforgiving nature? Whatever the truth, the Fairweather 2 continued to sail for a few more years before being decommissioned, but it carried a dark reputation. Sailors whispered of strange happenings aboard, claiming to hear footsteps on the deck at night and voices calling out from the empty halls. The ship became known as the Ghost of the North Atlantic, a vessel forever marked by the mystery of its lost crew. Even today, sailors passing through those waters speak in hushed tones of the Fairweather 2. They talk of strange lights, eerie noises, and the chilling thought that, somewhere out there, the spirits of 9 lost men might still be wandering the waves, searching for a way back to the ship they abandoned, or an answer to the fate that led them into the endless, unforgiving sea. Our next story explores the eerie and enigmatic lives of June and Jennifer Gibbons, twins whose bond was so intense and mysterious that it defied explanation and ended in tragedy. Born on April 11, 1963, in Barbados and raised in Wales, June and Jennifer Gibbons were inseparable from birth. As the only black children in their community, they faced intense racism and bullying, which only strengthened their unique connection. The twins developed an elaborate private language, incomprehensible to others, and gradually withdrew from the world around them. By adolescence, they had become almost entirely silent in public, earning the nickname the Silent Twins. Their bond was far from idyllic. Observers noted that their relationship was often marked by extreme love and extreme hatred. The twins would mirror each other's movements, speak in a rapid, shared dialect, and write identical things in their diaries. Yet, they were also locked in a psychological struggle, with each twin seemingly trying to dominate the other. Despite their isolation, the twins channeled their creativity into writing. They dreamed of becoming famous authors and spent hours crafting elaborate stories. Their novels, often dark and disturbing, reflected their inner turmoil. For example, one story involved a young man who had a dog's heart implanted in his chest, leading him to commit horrific crimes. Although the twins self-published their works, they received little recognition. As they grew older, June and Jennifer began to act out in destructive ways. They engaged in petty theft, vandalism, and even arson, culminating in their arrest in 1981 after setting a series of fires. Declared a danger to society, they were sentenced to indefinite detention at Broadmoor Hospital, a high-security psychiatric facility in England. Life at Broadmoor was bleak. The twins were heavily medicated and kept apart from one another for much of their time there, which only deepened their despair. During this period, their writings grew darker, revealing their inner struggles and mutual resentment. Jennifer wrote in her diary, "We have become fatal enemies in each other's eyes. We feel the irritating, deadly rays come out of our bodies, stinging each other's skin. I say to myself, can I get rid of my own shadow? Impossible or not possible?" In their diaries, the twins began to hint at a chilling pact. One of them would have to die for the other to live a normal life. Jennifer, in particular, appeared resigned to this fate. After 12 years at Broadmoor, the twins were transferred to Caswell Clinic, a lower security hospital. During the move, Jennifer reportedly told June, "I'm going to die." Shortly after their arrival at Caswell, Jennifer fell ill. She was rushed to the hospital and died suddenly at the age of 29. The cause of death was acute myocarditis, an inflammation of the heart. There were no signs of foul play, drug overdose, or trauma. Her death was as inexplicable as her life. Following Jennifer's death, June began to open up to the world. She reconnected with her family, started speaking freely, and even expressed a desire to live a normal life. Her transformation only deepened the mystery of their relationship and Jennifer's sudden death. Was Jennifer's demise the fulfillment of their pact, a psychosomatic response to years of turmoil, or something even stranger? June has since lived a quiet life, reflecting on her past but rarely speaking publicly about the events that defined her and her sister's existence. The story of the Silent Twins remains one of the most unsettling psychological mysteries, raising questions about identity, codependence, and the power of the human mind. The tale of June and Jennifer Gibbons is as haunting as it is fascinating, a story of isolation, creativity, and a bond so profound that it seemed to transcend life and death. Our next story takes us to Brazil in 1966, where a mysterious and bizarre incident left 2 men dead and a trail of unanswered questions, now known as the lead masks case. On August 20, 1966, 2 young men, Manuel Pereira da Cruz and Miguel José Viana, were found dead on the Morro do Vintum, a hill in Niterói, Brazil. Their discovery sparked a mystery that has baffled investigators and theorists alike for decades. The circumstances surrounding their deaths were strange, eerie, and seemingly unexplainable. Both men were dressed in matching suits and waterproof coats. Beside their bodies were 2 lead masks, typically used to shield against radiation, and a notebook containing cryptic instructions. The note, written in Portuguese, read, 1630 at the specified location. 1830 ingest capsules, after effect protect metals, wait for signal. The meaning of this message has never been deciphered. Adding to the enigma, there were no signs of struggle, trauma, or violence on the bodies. The men appeared to have died peacefully, lying side by side. Their belongings included an empty water bottle, suggesting they had consumed something, and a small amount of cash. However, toxicology reports were inconclusive due to the advanced state of decomposition when their bodies were found. The investigation revealed that Manuel and Miguel were electronic technicians from Campos dos Goitacazes, a small town several hours away. Friends and family described them as intelligent and ambitious but noted their growing interest in spiritualism and the occult. They had become particularly fascinated with the idea of contacting extraterrestrial beings, leading some to speculate that their deaths were linked to an attempt at alien communication. Witnesses reported seeing the 2 men on the hill in the hours before their deaths. A young man living nearby recalled seeing a bright orange light hovering over the area that night, a detail that fueled theories of UFO involvement. Others suggested the lead masks were intended to shield their eyes during an expected encounter with a blinding light. Another theory points to a spiritualist group the men were involved with, which reportedly experimented with hallucinogenic drugs and rituals. Some speculate that Manuel and Miguel ingested a psychedelic substance as part of a ritual, leading to their deaths. However, the precise nature of the capsules mentioned in the note remains unknown. Critics of the extraterrestrial and occult theories argue that the case may simply involve a failed scientific experiment. As electronic technicians, the men may have been testing a device or experiment involving radiation or electrical energy, using the lead masks for protection. If something went wrong, they might have succumbed to poisoning or other unforeseen effects. Despite extensive investigations, the lead masks case remains unsolved. The peculiar combination of circumstances, the cryptic note, the lead masks, and the apparent lack of foul play, has left even the most experienced investigators puzzled. Over the years, the story has inspired countless theories, from alien abduction and secret government experiments to botched rituals and accidental poisoning. The lack of definitive answers has only deepened the intrigue, making the lead masks case one of Brazil's most enduring mysteries. Whether the men were victims of their own curiosity, an experiment gone awry, or something far stranger, the case of Manuel Pereira da Cruz and Miguel José Viana serves as a haunting reminder of how little we understand about the world, and perhaps the universe, around us. In this story, we unravel the mysterious disappearance of Emanuela Orlandi, a case that spans decades and intertwines with the secrets of the Vatican. Emanuela Orlandi was just 15 years old when she vanished in Rome on June 22, 1983. She was the daughter of a Vatican employee and lived within the walls of Vatican City, making her disappearance one of the most baffling and politically charged mysteries in modern history. Emanuela had attended her usual flute lesson at the music school near Piazza Sant'Apollinare that afternoon. After class, she called her sister to tell her she had been approached by a man offering her work promoting Avon Cosmetics. That was the last time her family heard from her. When she failed to return home, panic set in, and the search began. Initially, Emanuela's disappearance seemed like a tragic but straightforward missing persons case. However, it quickly spiraled into a web of conspiracies and intrigue. The investigation revealed little about her whereabouts, but the days following her disappearance brought strange phone calls to the Orlandi family. A man calling himself the American claimed Emanuela had been kidnapped as leverage to secure the release of Mehmet Ali Aka, the man who had attempted to assassinate Pope John Paul II in 1981. This tied her disappearance to global politics and the Cold War tension between the Vatican, the Eastern Bloc, and Western powers. As months turned into years, the theories about Emanuela's fate grew increasingly bizarre. Some believed she had been abducted as part of a plot involving the Italian mafia, who allegedly had ties to the Vatican Bank and used her as a pawn to pressure the church into repaying debts. Others suggested she had been trafficked into slavery by shadowy figures operating within the Vatican itself. In 2005, a chilling new lead emerged. During a televised interview, an exorcist, Father Gabriel Amorth, claimed that Emanuela had been kidnapped for a sex ring involving high-ranking members of the church and foreign diplomats. This statement was never corroborated, but it fueled public outrage and distrust in Vatican transparency. The case took another turn in 2012 when the tomb of Enrico de Pettis, a notorious mob boss, was opened in connection with the investigation. De Pettis, who had been inexplicably buried in a prestigious basilica, was rumored to have links to Emanuela's disappearance. However, no evidence tying him to the case was found. In 2019, the Orlandi family received a tip that Emanuela's remains might be buried in the Vatican's Teutonic Cemetery. The Vatican granted permission to open 2 tombs, but the search yielded nothing. Instead, investigators discovered bones in an ossuary nearby, but testing revealed they predated Emanuela's disappearance. Emanuela's family has never given up their search for answers. Her brother, Pietro Orlandi, continues to campaign for justice, criticizing the Vatican for what he believes is a deliberate cover-up. Despite decades of investigation, no definitive evidence has emerged to explain what happened to Emanuela Orlandi. The disappearance of Emanuela Orlandi remains one of Italy's most enduring mysteries. Was she the victim of political intrigue, a mafia vendetta, or a darker Vatican secret? The truth remains elusive, buried beneath layers of conspiracy and unanswered questions. Her story serves as a stark reminder of the power of secrets and the human cost of silence. In our next story, we will talk about Black Dahlia murder. On the morning of January 15, 1947, a woman and her young child were walking in a quiet neighborhood of Los Angeles when they stumbled upon a gruesome sight. What initially appeared to be a discarded mannequin was, in fact, the mutilated body of 22-year-old Elizabeth Short. Her murder, soon to be known as the Black Dahlia case, would become one of the most infamous and haunting unsolved crimes in American history. Elizabeth Short, born on July 29, 1924, in Boston, Massachusetts, was a young woman who dreamed of making it big in Hollywood. She was described as a strikingly beautiful and charismatic individual, often seen wearing tailored black clothing that earned her the nickname Black Dahlia, inspired by a film noir of the time, The Blue Dahlia. Like many young women of her era, Elizabeth moved to Los Angeles in pursuit of stardom, but her life there was fraught with financial struggles and instability. She drifted between jobs, boyfriends, and living arrangements, all while hoping to break into the film industry. Her dreams were cut short in the most horrifying way imaginable. Elizabeth's body was discovered in a vacant lot in the Limit Park area of Los Angeles. She had been bisected at the waist, a procedure that suggested her killer had surgical knowledge. Her face was grotesquely mutilated with a Glasgow smile, deep slashes that extended from the corners of her mouth to her ears. The killer had drained her body of blood, and there was no evidence of blood at the scene, indicating that she had been murdered elsewhere and her body moved. Her corpse was carefully posed, with her arms above her head and her legs spread apart, as if the killer wanted to create a macabre spectacle. The brutality and precision of the crime shocked both the public and law enforcement. The Los Angeles Police Department, LAPD, launched a massive investigation involving hundreds of officers and dozens of suspects. The case quickly became a media sensation, with newspapers publishing lurid details and speculating wildly about the victim's life and the identity of her killer. Elizabeth's dark, enigmatic persona and tragic end made her a figure of public fascination, while the crime itself exposed the underbelly of post-war Los Angeles. In the days following the murder, the LAPD received a chilling package addressed to the Los Angeles Examiner and other Los Angeles papers. Inside were Elizabeth's birth certificate, photographs, and personal belongings, along with a letter cut and pasted from newspaper clippings that read, "Here is Dahlia's belongings. Letter to follow." The handwriting was smudged with gasoline, an apparent attempt to obscure fingerprints. The package was traced back to a mailbox in downtown Los Angeles, but no further leads emerged. The investigation into Elizabeth's murder became one of the largest in LAPD history. Over 150 suspects were questioned, including drifters, doctors, and even celebrities. Some suspects confessed to the crime, but none of their stories matched the evidence. One of the most compelling theories involved a man named George Hodel, a physician with a dark history. Hodel's son, Steve Hodel, a retired lab detective, later published a book claiming his father was the Black Dahlia killer. Steve pointed to George's medical knowledge, his connections to the Los Angeles art scene, and his possession of a photo album containing images of a woman resembling Elizabeth Short. While the theory gained traction, it was never definitively proven. Other theories about Elizabeth's murder ranged from plausible to bizarre. Some speculated that she was killed by a jealous lover or a spurned admirer, while others suggested the crime was the work of a sadistic serial killer. The gruesome nature of the murder and the precise dissection of her body led some to believe the killer had medical training or a fascination with human anatomy. Others linked her death to the seedy underworld of Los Angeles, involving corruption, organized crime, and the exploitation of vulnerable young women. The media's portrayal of Elizabeth Short added another layer of complexity to the case. Sensationalist newspapers painted her as a femme fatale, a shadowy figure who lived a dangerous and scandalous life. In reality, Elizabeth was a young woman struggling to find her place in the world. Friends and acquaintances described her as kind and reserved, a stark contrast to the salacious image crafted by the press. As the years passed, the Black Dahlia case grew colder, and the trail of clues became increasingly faint. New suspects emerged occasionally, but none were definitively linked to the crime. Advances in forensic technology, including DNA testing, have offered hope of solving the case, but the degradation of evidence over time has posed significant challenges. Elizabeth Short's murder continues to haunt the collective consciousness. The juxtaposition of her beauty and youthful ambition with the brutality of her death has turned her into an icon of unsolved crime. Her case has inspired countless books, films, and documentaries, each attempting to unravel the mystery of who killed the Black Dahlia and why. Yet, despite decades of speculation and investigation, the truth remains elusive. The Black Dahlia case serves as a chilling reminder of the darker side of human nature and the fragility of dreams in the face of violence and exploitation. Elizabeth's story, though tragic, endures as a symbol of resilience and the search for justice. As long as her case remains unsolved, the question of who killed the Black Dahlia will continue to cast a shadow over Los Angeles, drawing in those who seek to piece together the puzzle of her life and death. Our next tale takes us to the remote and windswept Flannan Isles in Scotland, where 3 lighthouse keepers vanished in 1900 under circumstances that remain unexplained to this day. The Flannan Isles are a group of small, uninhabited islands located off the western coast of Scotland. Known for their isolation and rugged beauty, the Isles have long been a source of folklore and mystery. In December 1900, they became the setting for one of the most puzzling disappearances in maritime history. The lighthouse on Eilean Moor, the largest of the Flannan Isles, had been completed just the previous year. Its purpose was to guide ships safely through the treacherous waters of the Outer Hebrides. The keepers, James Duckett, Thomas Marshall, and Donald MacArthur, were tasked with ensuring the light remained operational in all conditions. The 3 men were experienced seamen, accustomed to the harshness of the sea and the isolation of their post. On December 15, 1900, the steamer Archtor, en route from Philadelphia to Leith, passed near the Flannan Isles. The captain noted that the lighthouse was dark, which was unusual and concerning. He reported the matter upon reaching port, but due to bad weather, it wasn't until December 26 that a relief vessel, the Hesperus, was able to reach the lighthouse. When the Hesperus arrived, the crew immediately sensed something was wrong. The lighthouse was eerily silent, with no welcoming party to greet them as was customary. Joseph Moore, the relief keeper, was sent ashore to investigate. What he found would haunt him for the rest of his life. The lighthouse was completely deserted. Inside, Moore discovered signs that the keepers had left in a hurry. A meal sat uneaten on the table, and a chair had been overturned. The clocks in the lighthouse had stopped, likely because no one had been there to wind them. A single set of oilskins, essential protective clothing for venturing outside in the brutal weather, remained inside, suggesting that one of the men had left without proper gear, a highly unusual and dangerous decision. Further inspection of the island revealed more clues but no answers. Two of the three storm logs, recorded by Thomas Marshall, described severe weather conditions. The final entry, dated December 15, mentioned a storm of such ferocity that the men had been praying for deliverance, despite their reputation as stoic and resilient. The logs also noted that Donald MacArthur, known for his toughness, had been weeping, an uncharacteristic and unsettling detail. However, no storms had been reported in the region on the dates noted in the logbooks, leading to speculation that the keepers had either misrecorded the events or experienced something entirely different. A theory soon emerged based on physical evidence found near the west landing of the island. A large section of turf had been ripped from the ground, and the ropes from a supply box, typically secured high up on a rock, were scattered near the base of the cliff. This suggested that the men might have been swept away by a massive rogue wave while attempting to secure equipment during bad weather. Such waves, while rare, are known to occur in the area and could easily have overwhelmed even the most experienced sailors. However, this theory raised as many questions as it answered. Why had one man left the lighthouse without his oilskins? And why had all three men left their posts at the same time, when protocol dictated that at least one keeper should always remain inside to maintain the light? Other theories ventured into the realm of the supernatural. The Flandern Isles were steeped in folklore, with tales of ghostly apparitions, curses, and fairy activity. Some suggested that the men had been lured away by spirits or fallen victim to a supernatural force. Others believed they had been abducted by aliens or had vanished into another dimension. More grounded theories proposed foul play. Some speculated that a fight had broken out among the keepers, leading to violence and their ultimate deaths. This theory, however, seems unlikely given the lack of evidence for a struggle and the men's professional reputations. The official investigation concluded that the men had likely been swept out to sea by a rogue wave, but this explanation has never satisfied everyone. The strange details, the untouched meal, the incomplete oilskins, the inconsistent storm reports, leave room for endless speculation. The mystery of the Flandern Isles lighthouse keepers has inspired countless books, poems, and films, including the 2019 psychological thriller The Lighthouse, which draws loosely on the story. The barren and windswept island, with its silent lighthouse standing as a sentinel, remains a haunting symbol of the unsolved disappearance. Over a century later, the fates of James Duckett, Thomas Marshall, and Donald MacArthur continue to captivate the imagination. Were they victims of nature's wrath, or did something far stranger occur on that lonely island? Whatever the truth, their story stands as one of the most enduring enigmas of the sea. In our next story, we uncover the deeply unsettling case of Cindy James, a woman who endured years of relentless stalking, harassment, and violence before her mysterious death shocked investigators and left questions that linger to this day. Cindy James was a 44-year-old nurse living in Richmond, British Columbia. By all accounts, she was a compassionate and well-liked individual. However, her life took a dark turn in 1982, when she began receiving threatening phone calls. The anonymous caller would alternate between eerie silence and explicit death threats. This marked the beginning of a 7-year nightmare. The harassment quickly escalated. Cindy's home was vandalized, windows were smashed, and her phone lines were cut. On several occasions, she discovered threatening notes left on her doorstep, often accompanied by disturbing imagery. Despite her growing fear, Cindy reported the incidents to the police, who launched an investigation but found no leads. The attacks became more violent over time. Cindy was physically assaulted on multiple occasions. Once, she was discovered unconscious in her garage, with a nylon stocking tied tightly around her neck. Cindy claimed that she had been attacked from behind but could not identify her assailant. Another time, she was found in a ditch, her hands and feet bound, suffering from severe hypothermia. She told police she had been abducted but could provide few details about her attacker. Frustratingly, the police began to suspect Cindy herself was staging the incidents. Their theory was that she was suffering from a psychological condition and orchestrating the attacks for attention. Cindy's family and friends, however, strongly disagreed, pointing to the severity and complexity of the assaults as evidence that she was genuinely in danger. Cindy's private investigator, Ozzy Caban, also believed she was being targeted. He noted that her phone lines were often cut before an attack and that her injuries were too severe to be self-inflicted. Caban installed surveillance equipment in Cindy's home, but despite numerous incidents, the cameras never captured any conclusive evidence of an intruder. In May 1989, Cindy's torment came to a tragic end. On May 25th, she disappeared after visiting a shopping mall. Her car was found abandoned nearby, with groceries and a wrapped gift still inside. Blood was smeared on the driver's side door, and personal items were scattered on the ground. 2 weeks later, Cindy's body was discovered in the yard of an abandoned house. She was lying on her side, her hands and feet bound with a nylon stocking, and another stocking was tied tightly around her neck. The autopsy revealed she had died from an overdose of morphine and other sedatives. Despite the restraints and the apparent violence of the scene, investigators concluded Cindy's death was either a suicide or an accident. They argued that she had taken the drugs herself and somehow tied herself up before succumbing. Cindy's family and supporters found this explanation implausible. How could she have overdosed and restrained herself at the same time? And why would she do so in such a dramatic and painful way? To them, the circumstances of her death suggested foul play, likely at the hands of the same person who had terrorized her for years. The case remains unsolved, leaving behind a trail of disturbing evidence but no definitive answers. Was Cindy James a victim of an elaborate and malevolent stalker, or was she battling demons of her own creation? Her story has divided investigators, criminologists, and true crime enthusiasts for decades. Cindy James's tragic death serves as a haunting reminder of how even the most chilling cases can resist resolution, leaving behind a legacy of fear, doubt, and unanswered questions. In our next story, we dive into one of the most infamous unsolved murders in American history, the brutal and mysterious killing of Elizabeth Short, better known as the Black Dahlia. The Black Dahlia case begins on January 15, 1947, when the body of 22-year-old Elizabeth Short was discovered in a vacant lot in the Limit Park neighborhood of Los Angeles. A local resident, Betty Bersinger, stumbled upon what she initially thought was a discarded mannequin. Upon closer inspection, she realized the horrifying truth. It was a human body, mutilated and posed in a grotesque manner. Elizabeth's body had been cut in half at the waist with surgical precision, and her face was slashed from the corners of her mouth to her ears, creating a chilling Glasgow smile. Her remains were completely drained of blood, leaving her skin pale and waxy. Her arms were positioned above her head, and her lower body was arranged unnaturally, as though the killer had staged the scene deliberately. Elizabeth Short was born in Boston, Massachusetts, in 1924. She moved to California as a young adult, dreaming of becoming a movie star. She was known for her striking beauty, dark hair, and fondness for wearing black, which earned her the nickname Black Dahlia. Despite her aspirations, Elizabeth struggled financially and led a transient lifestyle, frequently moving between boarding houses and acquaintances' homes. The media frenzy surrounding the case was immediate and unprecedented. Sensationalist headlines branded Elizabeth as a promiscuous wannabe starlet and fueled lurid rumors about her personal life. Police received hundreds of tips and confessions, but none led to the true killer. The gruesome details of the crime and the victim's glamorous persona captivated the public, making the Black Dahlia case a symbol of Hollywood's darker underbelly. The investigation into Elizabeth's murder revealed a complex and tragic life. She was known to frequent bars and clubs, often relying on the generosity of male admirers to get by. However, there was no evidence to suggest she was involved in anything illegal. Friends described her as kind and charming but struggling to find her footing in the harsh world of 1940s Los Angeles. One of the most confounding aspects of the case was the sheer precision of the mutilation. Medical examiners concluded that the bisection had been performed with surgical expertise, likely by someone with medical training. This detail led investigators to focus on doctors as potential suspects, but no concrete evidence emerged. A series of cryptic letters sent to the press and police further deepened the mystery. These letters, supposedly from the killer, included taunting messages and items belonging to Elizabeth, such as her birth certificate and photos. The killer signed off as the Black Dahlia Avenger, but investigators could not verify the sender's identity. Over the years, numerous suspects have been proposed, but none have been definitively linked to the crime. One of the most compelling suspects was Dr. George Hodel, a wealthy and enigmatic physician with a sordid past. Hodel's own son, Steve Hodel, a retired lab detective, has spent decades building a case against his father, citing circumstantial evidence, including photos that resemble Elizabeth and his father's proximity to the crime scene. However, no charges have ever been filed. Another theory suggests that Elizabeth's murder was the work of a serial killer. The gruesome and ritualistic nature of the crime bears similarities to other unsolved murders of women in the Los Angeles area during the same period. Yet, no definitive connections have been made. The Black Dahlia case also inspired countless conspiracy theories. Some speculate Elizabeth's murder was part of a larger Hollywood cover-up, involving powerful figures with vested interests in silencing her. Others believe her death was tied to occult practices, given the staging of her body and the bizarre circumstances of her murder. Despite decades of investigation, the Black Dahlia case remains unsolved. Elizabeth Short's tragic death has inspired books, movies, and television shows, cementing her as an enduring symbol of mystery and intrigue. The case also raises important questions about media sensationalism and the treatment of victims, as Elizabeth's life was reduced to a tabloid caricature in the wake of her murder. To this day, the identity of Elizabeth's killer remains a chilling enigma. Was it a scorned lover, a sadistic predator, or someone with a deeper motive? The truth, buried in the shadows of post-war Los Angeles, may never fully come to light. What is certain, however, is that Elizabeth Short's story continues to haunt, captivating those drawn to the dark and unexplained corners of human history. In our next story, we uncover the dark legend of the Witch's Lantern of Hollow's End, a ghostly light that appears on foggy nights, leading travelers to their doom. Hollow's End is a small village deep in the countryside of eastern England, surrounded by dense woods and steeped in a history filled with fear and superstition. For centuries, the residents of Hollow's End have shared the chilling tale of the witch whose curse still lingers over the village, warning all who dare to wander at night to beware the flickering light that lures those unfortunate enough to follow it. The legend dates back to the 1600s, during the height of the witch trials. Hollow's End was a quiet farming village, small and self-contained, where everyone knew each other. It was in these times of fear and suspicion that Eleanor Blythe, a reclusive woman who lived on the outskirts of the village, became the target of dark accusations. Eleanor was a healer, known for her herbal remedies and her uncanny ability to cure ailments that had baffled others. But her talents, once appreciated, became a source of mistrust as hysteria spread across the land. It started when the village headman's daughter fell ill with a sickness that seemed to defy all known cures. Eleanor was called upon, and she tried everything within her power, but the girl grew worse. When she died, the townspeople turned on Eleanor. They accused her of witchcraft, blaming her for bringing the illness upon the girl. They claimed that she had cursed her out of spite, that her knowledge of herbs and potions came from a pact with the devil himself. The villagers dragged Eleanor from her small cottage and brought her to the village square, where she was put on trial. There was no defense, no one to speak on her behalf. In their fear and grief, the townspeople condemned her, tying her to a stake and setting the pyre ablaze. As the flames rose around her, Eleanor spoke her final words, a curse upon the village, upon all who had turned against her. With her dying breath, she swore that a lantern would burn in the darkness, and that any who dared follow its light would be lost forever. The villagers, shaken by her words but resolute in their actions, watched as the fire consumed her. They buried her ashes at the crossroads outside the village, hoping that would be enough to keep her spirit at bay. But it wasn't. Not long after Eleanor's death, strange things began to happen. On misty nights, a flickering light could be seen moving through the woods near the village, a small, glowing lantern that seemed to bob and sway as if carried by an unseen hand. At first, the villagers dismissed it as nothing more than a trick of the light, the reflection of the moon in the mist. But then people began to disappear. The first was a farmer, returning home late one night after visiting a neighboring village. His wife waited by the door, watching the fog roll in as the lantern light flickered in the distance. She saw her husband turn off the road, following the light into the woods, his silhouette swallowed by the mist. He never came home. The villagers searched the woods for days, but there was no trace of him, no footprints, no signs of a struggle. It was as if he had simply vanished. The story spread quickly. People claimed that the light was Eleanor's lantern, her spirit seeking revenge against those who had wronged her. They spoke of how the light would call to those who wandered alone at night, leading them deeper into the woods, into the bogs where the earth was soft and the mist hung thick. Once you saw the light, they said, it was impossible to look away. It would draw you in, step by step, until you were lost forever. Despite the warnings, more villagers went missing. A young boy, drawn by curiosity, strayed too far from home and was never seen again. A peddler, unfamiliar with the local stories, disappeared on his way through Hollow's End, his cart found overturned at the edge of the woods. Each time, the lantern was seen, flickering just beyond reach, moving deeper into the forest, as if it were taunting those who dared to follow. As the years passed, the legend of the witch's lantern became an ingrained part of life in Hollow's End. Parents warned their children never to stray far from home after dark, never to follow strange lights, no matter how tempting. Travelers were cautioned to avoid the woods, especially when the fog rolled in. Those who lived in the village avoided the crossroads where Eleanor's ashes were buried, speaking her name only in whispers, fearful of drawing her attention. But the witch's lantern was not content with staying in the woods. On stormy nights, it was said that the light could be seen wandering through the village itself, passing along the narrow lanes, pausing outside the cottages as if looking for someone. People claimed to hear footsteps outside their windows, slow and deliberate, and see the glow of the lantern through the curtains, its light casting long shadows across the walls. The air would grow cold, and the unmistakable scent of smoke would fill the room, as though the fire that had consumed Eleanor still burned. One particularly chilling account came from the village blacksmith, a man named Thomas Wright. He awoke one night to find the lantern light shining outside his window, its glow faint but unmistakable. Despite his fear, he felt compelled to follow it, his feet moving of their own accord. He walked through the door, out into the fog, the cold air biting at his skin. The light moved ahead of him, always just beyond reach, leading him towards the edge of the woods. It was only the cries of his wife, frantic and desperate, that broke the spell. She had seen him leaving and ran after him, grabbing his arm and pulling him back just as he reached the tree line. Thomas spoke of the overpowering sense of dread that filled him as he looked into the woods, of the whispering voices that seemed to rise from the darkness, urging him to step forward, to join them. He never spoke of it again, and from that day on, he refused to leave his house after dark. Today, Hollow's End is a quiet, almost forgotten place, its population dwindling as younger generations move away, seeking lives beyond the shadow of the woods. But the legend of the witch's lantern endures. On misty nights, when the fog rolls in thick and heavy, the light can still be seen flickering through the trees, moving slowly, deliberately, as if searching for something, or someone. The villagers know better than to follow it, to heed its silent call. They know that Eleanor's curse is still very much alive, that her spirit still wanders the woods, her lantern burning bright, leading the lost to their doom. And if you ever find yourself near Hollow's End, if you see a light flickering in the distance on a foggy night, remember the fate of those who came before. Turn away, close your eyes, and whatever you do, do not follow the witch's lantern, for those who do are never seen again, their souls forever bound to the darkness of Hollow's End, wandering alongside the vengeful spirit of Eleanor Blythe. In this story, we explore the haunting disappearance of Jennifer Kess, a young woman who vanished without a trace in 2006, leaving behind a trail of puzzling clues that continue to confound investigators. Jennifer Kess was a 24-year-old financial analyst living in Orlando, Florida. She had just returned from a vacation in the Virgin Islands with her boyfriend and was settling back into her routine. Described as responsible, outgoing, and deeply loved by her family and friends, Jennifer seemed to have everything going for her. On the morning of January 24, 2006, Jennifer failed to show up for work. This was entirely out of character, and her employer contacted her family when they couldn't reach her. Jennifer's parents, Drew and Joyce Kess, immediately drove to her condo. Inside, they found no signs of a struggle. Her bed was made, her towel was still damp from a recent shower, and her phone, purse, and keys were missing. It appeared that Jennifer had left for work as usual but never made it there. 2 days later, a break in the case seemed to come when Jennifer's black Chevy Malibu was discovered abandoned at an apartment complex about a mile from her home. Investigators found the car parked in a visitor's spot, and upon inspection, they found nothing out of the ordinary, no fingerprints, no signs of a struggle, and no trace of Jennifer. Security footage from the complex revealed a grainy, black and white video of a person parking Jennifer's car and walking away. Frustratingly, the footage was obscured by a fence post, and the person's face was never captured. The individual has since been dubbed the person of interest. The video was one of the only concrete pieces of evidence in Jennifer's case, but it raised more questions than answers. Was this person her abductor, someone trying to cover up a crime, or an unrelated individual who stumbled upon the car? The lack of clarity left investigators grasping at straws. Attention soon turned to the mosaic at Millennia, the upscale condo complex where Jennifer lived. The area had been under heavy construction at the time, and Jennifer had mentioned feeling uneasy about the construction workers who loitered around the property. Some of the workers were undocumented immigrants, making it difficult to track their identities or verify their whereabouts. A theory emerged that Jennifer may have been abducted while walking to her car in the early morning hours. However, no witnesses came forward to corroborate this. Another theory suggested that someone might have been lying in wait for her, but there was no physical evidence to support this. Jennifer's family tirelessly pursued every lead. They distributed thousands of flyers, appeared on national news programs, and hired private investigators to comb through the evidence. Despite their efforts, the case grew colder with each passing year. In 2018, the Orlando Police Department turned over Jennifer's case files to her family, a rare move that highlighted the lack of progress. Drew and Joyce Kess have since led their own investigation, hiring experts and analyzing the available evidence in hopes of finding new leads. Several theories continue to dominate discussions about Jennifer's disappearance. Some believe she was abducted by someone she knew, perhaps a co-worker or someone in her social circle. Others point to the transient workers at her condo complex, theorizing that one of them may have attacked her in a crime of opportunity. There are even those who believe Jennifer may have been the victim of human trafficking, though no evidence has emerged to support this. Jennifer Kess's case remains one of the most confounding missing persons cases in recent history. The lack of physical evidence, the mystery of the grainy surveillance footage, and the lingering questions about what happened that morning have left her family and investigators searching for answers nearly 2 decades later. The disappearance of Jennifer Kess is a chilling reminder of how quickly and completely someone can vanish, leaving behind a void that no amount of searching or speculation can fill. For her family, the hope for answers remains strong, even as the trail grows colder with time. In this unsettling tale, we explore the mysterious case of Bryce Laspisa, a young man whose bizarre behavior and sudden disappearance in 2013 have left his family and investigators searching for answers. Bryce David Laspisa was a 19-year-old college student attending Sierra College in Rocklin, California. Known for his artistic talents and vibrant personality, Bryce seemed to have a bright future ahead of him. However, in the weeks leading up to his disappearance, friends and family noticed troubling changes in his behavior. Bryce had recently broken up with his girlfriend, Kim Sly, and his friends reported that he had been drinking heavily and experimenting with the prescription drug Vyvanse, a stimulant often used to treat ADHD. Though he had no prior history of substance abuse, Bryce's erratic actions in the days leading up to his disappearance were deeply concerning. On August 27, 2013, Bryce left a voicemail for his mother, Karen Laspisa, saying he had something important to tell her. He also gave away personal belongings, including a pair of diamond earrings his mother had gifted him. That night, he visited Kim at her apartment in Chico, California, where he abruptly ended their relationship. Kim, alarmed by his behavior, tried to take his car keys, but Bryce insisted he was fine and left. Instead of returning to Rocklin, Bryce drove south toward his family's home in Laguna Niguel. His parents became increasingly worried when he didn't arrive. On August 28, Karen and Bryce's father, Michael, spoke to him on the phone multiple times, urging him to come home. Bryce assured them he was on his way. However, Bryce's movements during the next 24 hours were baffling. He was spotted by a roadside assistance worker near Buttonwillow, California, about 350 miles from his destination. His car had run out of gas, and the worker provided fuel. Despite having the means to continue driving, Bryce lingered in the Buttonwillow area for hours. Surveillance footage showed him sitting in his car at a rest stop, seemingly aimless. Bryce called his mother again, saying he was fine and would be home soon. However, by the early hours of August 30th, his car was discovered overturned at Castaic Lake, about 100 miles from Buttonwillow. The vehicle had crashed down a 25-foot embankment, but Bryce was nowhere to be found. Inside the car, police found his wallet, phone, and laptop, as well as an unopened bottle of alcohol. There was no blood in the car, and the scene suggested that Bryce had intentionally driven off the embankment. Our next story delves into the chilling mystery of the Mary Celeste, a ship found adrift in the Atlantic Ocean in 1872. Its crew vanished without a trace. On December 5, 1872, the British brigantine Dei Gratia was sailing through the Atlantic when its crew spotted a ship drifting aimlessly. It was the Mary Celeste, a merchant vessel that had left New York City bound for Genoa, Italy, with a cargo of denatured alcohol. At first glance, the Mary Celeste seemed intact, but there were no signs of life on board. The Dei Gracia crew boarded the Mary Celeste to investigate. The ship's cargo was largely untouched, and there were no signs of damage or foul play. However, the lifeboat was missing, and the ship's logbook contained its last entry from 9 days earlier, noting the Mary Celeste's position near the Azores. There were no clues to explain what had happened to the captain, Benjamin Briggs, his wife, their 2-year-old daughter, or the 7 crew members. Theories about the fate of the Mary Celeste's crew began to swell almost immediately. Some speculated that the crew had abandoned ship after fearing an explosion. The ship was carrying denatured alcohol, and leaks or fumes from the cargo might have caused panic. However, the ship itself was seaworthy, with no evidence of an imminent threat. Another theory suggested that the Mary Celeste was the victim of piracy. However, there were no signs of violence, and the cargo and crew's valuables were untouched. This left investigators puzzled. Supernatural explanations also emerged. Some claimed the crew had been abducted by aliens, while others suggested they had fallen victim to the Bermuda Triangle, despite the ship being far from its boundaries. Tales of ghostly apparitions and cursed voyages became part of the ship's lore, turning it into a legend. In the years following its discovery, the Mary Celeste's story continued to captivate and mystify. No definitive evidence ever surfaced to explain the fate of its crew, leaving behind one of the greatest maritime mysteries of all time. Was it fear, foul play, or something beyond our understanding that led to their vanishing? The truth remains as elusive as the silent ship adrift in the Atlantic. In this next tale of maritime mystery, we uncover the chilling story of the Mary Celeste, a ship discovered adrift in the Atlantic Ocean with no crew aboard and no clear explanation for their disappearance. The Mary Celeste was a brigantine merchant ship that set sail from New York on November 7, 1872, bound for Genoa, Italy. On board were Captain Benjamin Briggs, his wife Sarah, their 2-year-old daughter Sophia, and 7 experienced crew members. The ship carried a cargo of denatured alcohol, a hazardous but valuable substance. Captain Briggs was a well-respected sailor, known for his meticulous nature and steady temperament. A month into the voyage, on December 5, 1872, the British ship Dei Gracia spotted the Mary Celeste drifting aimlessly in the Atlantic, about 400 miles off the Azores. The crew of the Dei Gracia noted that the Mary Celeste seemed intact but was sailing erratically. They approached and boarded the vessel, only to discover a scene that would spark over a century of speculation. The Mary Celeste was completely deserted. The lifeboat was missing, but the ship itself was in good condition, with no signs of violence or struggle. The cargo of alcohol was undisturbed, and the crew's personal belongings, including valuables, were still aboard. Even more puzzling, 6 months' worth of food and water remained untouched. The ship's logbook was intact, but its entries offered no clues as to why the crew had abandoned ship. What could have driven the crew to leave the Mary Celeste in such haste? Over the years, numerous theories have been proposed, each as tantalizing as the last. One of the most plausible explanations involves the ship's cargo. Denatured alcohol is highly flammable, and a leak or fumes could have caused the crew to fear an imminent explosion. In their panic, they may have boarded the lifeboat, planning to trail the ship until the danger subsided. However, if they became separated from the Mary Celeste, they would have been lost at sea, leaving the ship to drift without them. Another theory suggests that the Mary Celeste encountered a rogue wave, a sudden and massive wall of water that can strike with little warning. Such a wave might have swept the crew overboard or damaged the lifeboat, leaving no survivors. However, the ship's condition did not indicate such an event. More fantastical explanations involve piracy or foul play. Some theorize that another vessel intercepted the Mary Celeste, forcing the crew to abandon ship. Yet, the lack of damage and the untouched cargo contradict this idea. Paranormal enthusiasts, meanwhile, have speculated about sea monsters, ghostly apparitions, or even alien abductions. The story of the Mary Celeste took an unexpected twist in 1884, when Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the creator of Sherlock Holmes, published a fictionalized account of the mystery titled J. Habakkuk Jeffson's Statement. His tale embellished the facts and introduced the idea of a cursed ship, capturing the public imagination and adding to the mythos surrounding the Mary Celeste. The ship itself met an ignominious end. After being salvaged and returned to service, it was deliberately wrecked in 1885 as part of an insurance fraud scheme. Its mysterious legacy, however, endures. The case of the Mary Celeste remains one of the most enduring maritime mysteries. What truly happened to its crew may never be known, but the ship's lonely voyage across the Atlantic continues to intrigue and unsettle, a haunting reminder of the perils and enigmas of the open sea. In our next story, we delve into the mysterious and chilling story of the SS Awang Medan, a ghost ship whose crew met an eerie and unexplained fate in the waters of Southeast Asia. The tale begins in June 1947, when multiple ships in the Strait of Malacca received a distress call from a Dutch freighter, the SS Awang Medan. The message was as brief as it was alarming. All officers, including the captain, are dead. Lying in chart room and bridge. Possibly whole crew dead. After this came a burst of indecipherable Morse code, followed by a final chilling statement, "I die." Then, silence. The distress call prompted an immediate search. A nearby American merchant vessel, the Silver Star, responded and altered course to locate the Awang Medan. When the Silver Star arrived, they found the Awang Medan adrift with no signs of life on deck. The ship's exterior was undamaged, but an unsettling silence hung over it. The crew of the Silver Star boarded the vessel, and what they discovered remains one of the most disturbing mysteries in maritime history. The entire crew of the Awang Medan was dead. Their bodies were strewn across the decks, many with their arms outstretched as if they had been fending off something unseen. Their faces were frozen in expressions of sheer terror, with wide, bulging eyes and twisted mouths. Even the ship's dog was found deceased, snarling at an invisible enemy. Most chillingly, there was no visible sign of injury on any of the bodies. It was as if death had come to them suddenly and without explanation. The Silver Star's crew made their way to the engine room and found that the ship's machinery was in good condition, ruling out a mechanical failure as the cause. The cargo hold was examined and revealed no hazardous materials, though some reports claimed that the ship was carrying a secret load of chemicals or weaponry. Before further investigation could be conducted, a fire broke out in the lower deck of the Awang Medan. The Silver Star crew evacuated and barely managed to escape before the ship exploded and sank, taking its grim secrets to the depths of the sea. Theories about what happened to the crew of the Awang Medan have persisted for decades. One hypothesis is that the ship was carrying a dangerous and poorly stored chemical cargo, such as potassium cyanide or nitroglycerine. A leak could have created toxic fumes, suffocating the crew or causing hallucinations that led to their panic deaths. However, this theory doesn't fully explain the crew's terrified expressions or the cryptic distress call. Another possibility is that the ship encountered a phenomenon known as a sonic attack. Infrasound waves, caused by certain natural or man-made occurrences, can induce feelings of panic, disorientation, and even death. Some theorists believe the Awang Medan may have passed through such an event, incapacitating the crew and leading to their eerie demise. The story has also inspired supernatural explanations. Some claim the Awang Medan was cursed or that the crew fell victim to paranormal forces. These theories are fueled by the ship's mysterious disappearance from maritime records. There is no definitive documentation proving its existence beyond eyewitness accounts and anecdotal reports. Others suggest the ship was part of a clandestine operation, possibly involving secret military or intelligence cargo. This would explain the lack of official records and the ship's suspicious explosion, which conveniently destroyed any remaining evidence. Skeptics argue that the story of the Awang Medan is nothing more than a maritime legend, exaggerated over time. However, the consistent details across various accounts make it difficult to dismiss entirely. Additionally, similar cases of ghost ships, vessels found adrift with no living crew, lend credence to the idea that something unexplained may have occurred. The Awang Medan remains one of the most chilling and enigmatic ghost ship tales. Its tragic and mysterious end serves as a haunting reminder of the dangers and unknowns lurking on the high seas. What truly happened on that doomed voyage may never be known, but the legend of the SS Awang Medan continues to capture imaginations and send shivers down spines. In this chilling tale, we uncover the mysterious case of Dorothy Jane Scott, a young mother whose disappearance and murder were accompanied by terrifying phone calls and cryptic clues. Dorothy Jane Scott was a 32-year-old single mother living in Stanton, California, in 1980. She worked as a secretary at a local shop that sold psychedelic and spiritual items. By all accounts, Dorothy was a devoted mother to her 4-year-old son, Sean, and led a quiet, unassuming life. She had no known enemies, no risky habits, and no involvement in anything that might put her in danger. Yet, someone had been watching her, and making it known. In the months leading up to her disappearance, Dorothy began receiving disturbing phone calls at her home. The caller was a man who alternated between professing his love for her and making violent threats. He claimed to be watching her every move, even describing her outfits and daily activities in unnerving detail. Dorothy was so frightened that she considered purchasing a handgun but ultimately decided against it. On May 28, 1980, Dorothy attended a meeting at her workplace. During the meeting, she noticed that a co-worker, Conrad Bostrom, looked ill. Concerned for his health, Dorothy and another colleague, Pam Head, took Conrad to the emergency room. While waiting at the hospital, Dorothy decided to retrieve her car from the parking lot so they could leave as soon as Conrad was discharged. Pam later reported that Dorothy never returned. Hospital staff later confirmed that Conrad had been discharged, but Dorothy was nowhere to be found. Hours later, her white Toyota station wagon was discovered about 10 miles away in an alleyway in Santa Ana. The car was on fire, and there was no sign of Dorothy. The investigation into Dorothy's disappearance yielded few leads. Friends and family were unable to identify anyone who might have wished her harm. Police began to suspect that the mysterious caller might be involved, but they had no way to trace him or confirm his identity. The case took an even darker turn after Dorothy vanished. Her parents, Jacob and Vera Scott, began receiving harassing phone calls from an unknown man. The caller would ask, "Is Dorothy home?" before hanging up or saying chilling things like, "I've got her." These calls came regularly, often while Vera was home alone. The man never stayed on the line long enough for the police to trace the calls, and his identity remained a mystery. 4 years after Dorothy's disappearance, on August 6, 1984, a construction worker discovered human remains in the brush along a remote road in Anaheim. The skeletal remains were identified as Dorothy's through dental records. Nearby, investigators found a turquoise ring and a wristwatch, which her parents confirmed belonged to her. The condition of the remains made it impossible to determine a cause of death, leaving more questions than answers. Even after Dorothy's remains were discovered, the harassing calls continued. The man taunted her family with cryptic messages, suggesting he had been responsible for her death. Despite their efforts, police were never able to identify the caller or connect him to Dorothy's murder. Over the years, several theories have emerged about Dorothy's fate. Some speculate that the caller was an obsessed stalker who fixated on Dorothy and eventually acted on his violent fantasies. Others believe the perpetrator might have been someone Dorothy knew but whose connection to her was never uncovered. To this day, the murder of Dorothy Jane Scott remains unsolved. The identity of the mysterious caller and the circumstances surrounding her disappearance and death continue to haunt her family and those who have studied her case. Dorothy's story serves as a chilling reminder of how an ordinary life can be upended by an unseen menace, leaving behind a legacy of fear, loss, and unanswered questions. In this chilling tale, we revisit the infamous case of Eliza Lamb, a young woman whose eerie disappearance and tragic death in 2013 sparked global fascination and countless theories. Eliza Lamb, a 21-year-old Canadian college student, arrived in Los Angeles in January 2013 as part of a solo trip along the West Coast. Described by friends and family as bright and outgoing, Eliza also struggled with bipolar disorder and depression, which she openly discussed on her Tumblr blog. Her journey brought her to the Cecil Hotel, a budget accommodation in downtown Los Angeles with a dark history of crime, suicides, and alleged paranormal activity. Eliza checked into the hotel on January 28 and was initially assigned to a shared room. However, after complaints from her roommates about her erratic behavior, she was moved to a private room. Over the next few days, she continued to explore the city, frequently updating her social media accounts. On January 31st, Eliza was scheduled to check out of the hotel and travel to Santa Cruz. When her parents didn't hear from her, they grew concerned and reported her missing. Police searched the hotel but found no trace of Eliza. Her disappearance baffled investigators, and the case took a darker turn when hotel staff and guests reported strange occurrences, including water pressure issues and foul-tasting water. 2 weeks later, on February 19th, Eliza's body was discovered in one of the hotel's rooftop water tanks. A maintenance worker, investigating complaints about water pressure, found her floating lifeless in the tank, naked and partially decomposed. Her clothes and personal items were found at the bottom of the tank, but the circumstances of her death raised more questions than answers. The hotel's security footage added an eerie dimension to the case. The last known video of Eliza, taken on January 31st, shows her in the hotel elevator behaving erratically. She presses multiple buttons, peers cautiously out of the elevator, steps back in, and gestures as if speaking to someone unseen. Her movements are disjointed and unsettling, sparking widespread speculation about what might have been happening. The autopsy report ruled Eliza's death as accidental, citing drowning as the cause. The report also noted that her bipolar disorder may have contributed to her behavior. However, toxicology tests showed no signs of illegal drugs or alcohol, though traces of her prescribed medications were present, suggesting she may not have been taking them as directed. The rooftop itself posed another mystery. Access to the water tanks required navigating through locked doors and an alarmed stairway, which would have alerted hotel staff if Eliza had attempted to enter. The tanks were also difficult to climb into, making it unclear how Eliza managed to access them alone. Theories about Eliza's death range from tragic accident to foul play to paranormal intervention. Some believe she may have been experiencing a manic episode, leading her to climb into the tank in a state of confusion. Others suspect that she was the victim of foul play, pointing to the hotel's history of violence and its reputation as a haven for transient residents. Paranormal enthusiasts suggest Eliza may have been influenced by malevolent forces within the hotel, drawing parallels to its dark history and its alleged connection to serial killer Richard Ramirez, who had stayed there in the 1980s. The release of the Netflix documentary Crime Scene: The Vanishing at the Cecil Hotel in 2021 reignited public interest in the case. The documentary explored the hotel's history, Eliza's mental health, and the viral nature of the elevator footage, offering a deeper but still inconclusive look at the mystery. Eliza Lamb's death continues to captivate and unsettle, a tragic story that raises as many questions as it answers. Was she a victim of her own mind, or was there something more sinister at play? The case serves as a haunting reminder of the thin line between reality and the unknown, leaving behind a legacy that continues to spark debate and fascination. Our next tale takes us to rural Germany in 1922, where a gruesome and perplexing massacre left an entire family dead and a trail of chilling clues that have baffled investigators for over a century. Hinterkaifeck was a small, isolated farmstead located near the Bavarian town of Groben. It was home to Andreas Gruber, his wife Casilia, their widowed daughter Victoria Gabriel, and Victoria's 2 children, Casilia, 7, and Joseph, 2. The family lived a quiet, uneventful life, until late March 1922, when strange occurrences began to disturb their routine. Andreas Gruber mentioned to neighbors that he had discovered unusual footprints in the snow leading to the house but not away from it. He also heard mysterious noises in the attic and found a strange newspaper on the property, though no one in the household had purchased it. These eerie signs went unexplained, and the family dismissed them as harmless oddities. On the evening of March 31, 1922, the family and their maid, Maria Baumgartner, who had just arrived for her first day of work, were brutally murdered. Each member of the household was bludgeoned to death with a mattock, a tool commonly used on the farm. The bodies of Andreas, Casilia, Victoria, and young Casilia were discovered in the barn, stacked on top of one another and covered with hay. Maria and Joseph were found inside the house, also bludgeoned and concealed under blankets. The scene of the crime was both gruesome and mystifying. There were no signs of a struggle, suggesting the victims were lured to the barn one by one. Disturbingly, investigators determined that the murders had likely occurred late at night, yet the animals on the farm had been fed, and smoke was seen rising from the chimney in the days following the crime. This suggested the killer had remained on the property for several days after the murders, tending to the farm and maintaining a facade of normalcy. The investigation yielded few leads. A bloody mattock was found in the attic, suggesting the killer had hidden there before the murders. However, there were no fingerprints or other definitive evidence to identify the perpetrator. The family had a complicated history, including rumors of an incestuous relationship between Andreas and Victoria, as well as disputes over Victoria's finances. Yet, no motive was ever confirmed. One chilling detail was young Cazilia's condition when she was found. It appeared she had survived the initial attack and had pulled out tufts of her hair in agony before succumbing to her injuries. This discovery deepened the horror of the case and highlighted the calculated brutality of the murderer. Theories about the Hinterkaifeck murders have ranged from plausible to outlandish. Some investigators suspected Lorenz Schlittenbauer, a neighbor with ties to the family. Lorenz was rumored to have had a romantic relationship with Victoria and may have been Joseph's biological father. His behavior during the investigation, including his knowledge of the crime scene details before police arrived, raised suspicion. However, no evidence conclusively linked him to the murders. Others speculated that a vagrant or passing soldier committed the crime, though this theory struggled to explain the apparent familiarity the killer had with the farm. The idea of a family member or close associate turned murderer gained traction, but again, no definitive suspect emerged. In the decades since the murders, the case has remained cold, though it continues to fascinate true crime enthusiasts. The isolated location, bizarre circumstances, and eerie details make it one of the most chilling mysteries in modern history. The Hinterkaifeck farm itself was demolished a year after the murders, erasing the physical site of the crime but not its enduring legacy. The story has inspired books, documentaries, and even films, each attempting to piece together the fragments of evidence into a coherent narrative. Was the killer a jilted lover, a deranged outsider, or someone far closer to the family than anyone suspected? The truth remains buried in the past, leaving the Hinterkaifeck murders as a haunting reminder of the darkness that can lurk even in the most secluded corners of the world. On the morning of December 1, 1948, a body was discovered on Somerton Beach near Adelaide, South Australia. The man, dressed in a neatly pressed suit and polished shoes, lay slumped against the seawall. He appeared to be resting, but closer inspection revealed that he was dead. The discovery would become one of the most perplexing cold cases in history, filled with cryptic clues, unanswered questions, and a trail that seemed to lead nowhere. The man had no identification on him, and all the labels had been carefully removed from his clothing. His pockets contained an array of ordinary items, including a pack of cigarettes, matches, a bus ticket, and a comb. One unusual detail stood out: a small scrap of paper tucked into a hidden pocket in his waistband. The paper bore the words "Tamam shid," meaning finished or ended in Persian. This cryptic phrase would become the case's hallmark. The coroner's report found no clear cause of death. There were no signs of violence, and toxicology tests revealed no obvious poisons. However, investigators noted that the man's internal organs showed signs of acute congestion, suggesting poisoning or asphyxiation, though no trace of toxins was found. The coroner concluded that the man's death was likely not natural, but the exact cause remained a mystery. As police searched for answers, they discovered a suitcase left at the Adelaide railway station, believed to belong to the man. Inside were items such as a pair of scissors, a sewing kit, and stenciling tools, but nothing that could identify him. A tie and a coat were found with labels matching his clothes, but like the rest of his attire, their tags had been removed. The most tantalizing clue came when police traced the phrase "Tamam shid" to a rare book of poetry, the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. A man came forward claiming to have found a copy of the book in the backseat of his car near Somerton Beach around the time of the death. In this particular copy, the final page containing the words "Tamam shid" had been torn out. Even more intriguingly, the book contained a series of scribbled letters resembling a code, along with a phone number. The phone number belonged to a local nurse named Jessica Thompson. When questioned, Jessica denied knowing the man or having any connection to the case. However, her behavior struck investigators as unusual. She seemed visibly shaken when shown a cast of the man's face. She later insisted she had no further information. The supposed code in the book only deepened the mystery. Cryptographers analyzed it extensively, but no one could definitively decode its meaning. Some believed it was a cipher used in espionage, while others thought it might be a random series of letters with no significance. Over the years, theories about the Somerton man's identity and death have ranged from the mundane to the extraordinary. One of the most popular ideas is that he was a spy during the early days of the Cold War. The strange code, the missing labels on his clothing, and the cryptic connection to the Roubaix all suggest a clandestine life, though no solid evidence of espionage has ever been found. Other theories propose that the man was involved in a failed romantic relationship with Jessica Thompson. Some speculate he had traveled to Adelaide to see her and may have taken his own life after being rejected. However, no direct link between them has ever been proven. In recent years, DNA analysis has offered new insights into the case. Researchers have extracted DNA from the man's hair, preserved in a plaster death mask made after his body was discovered. Early results suggest that he had European ancestry, with connections to the United States and Australia. While this information narrows the possibilities, it has yet to yield a definitive identity. The Somerton man's case remains one of Australia's greatest mysteries. Was he a spy, a scorned lover, or an ordinary man caught up in extraordinary circumstances? The cryptic clues and eerie details continue to captivate true crime enthusiasts and investigators alike, leaving behind a legacy of intrigue that refuses to fade. Over 7 decades later, the enigma of the Somerton man endures, a haunting reminder of how some secrets can remain untold. Let's move to our next story. Deep in the Suffolk countryside of England lies the small village of Woolpit, a place steeped in history and legend. Among its most enduring tales is that of the Green Children of Woolpit, a bizarre and haunting mystery that has baffled historians, folklorists, and paranormal enthusiasts for centuries. The story begins in the 12th century during the reign of King Stephen. According to accounts recorded by chroniclers Ralph of Coggeshall and William of Newburgh, villagers working the fields near Woolpit one day discovered 2 strange children near the mouth of a wolf pit, a trap for catching wolves. The children, a boy and a girl, appeared frightened and confused. What struck the villagers most, however, was their unusual appearance. Their skin was green, their clothing was made from unfamiliar materials, and they spoke in a language no one could understand. The villagers took the children to the home of a local landowner, Sir Richard de Calney, where they were offered food. To everyone's surprise, the children refused to eat anything except raw green beans, which they devoured ravenously. Over time, the villagers introduced them to other foods, and the children began to adapt to their new surroundings. As they ate a more varied diet, their green complexion slowly faded. The boy, however, did not thrive. He became increasingly ill and eventually died. The girl survived and grew up in the village, learning English and integrating into society. When questioned about their origins, she provided a strange and unsettling story. According to the girl, she and her brother came from a place called St. Martin's Land, a subterranean world where everything was bathed in perpetual twilight. She described her homeland as a place where everyone had green skin and where a large river separated their world from a brighter one visible in the distance. She claimed she and her brother had been tending their family's livestock when they heard a loud noise, like the ringing of church bells. They followed the sound and somehow emerged in the wolf pit, disoriented and unable to find their way back. The story of the Green Children spread quickly, capturing the imagination of people far and wide. But as intriguing as the tale is, it raises more questions than it answers. Who were the children, and where did they come from? Was their green skin the result of a medical condition, a genetic anomaly, or something more otherworldly? Over the centuries, numerous theories have been proposed to explain the mystery. One of the more grounded explanations suggests that the children were Flemish immigrants. During the 12th century, many Flemish people had settled in England but were persecuted due to political tensions. Some theorists believe the children may have been orphaned after their parents were killed and had wandered into the woods. Their green skin could have been caused by chlorosis, a condition linked to malnutrition, which would also explain their initial reluctance to eat anything other than green beans. Another theory suggests the children's story is rooted in folklore or allegory. That St. Martin's Land they described may have been a symbolic reference to another country or a religious metaphor. In medieval times, tales of mysterious beings, otherworldly realms, and strange visitors were common, often serving as moral or cautionary tales. A more speculative theory posits that the green children were extraterrestrial in origin. Advocates of this idea point to the description of St. Martin's Land as a dimly lit world, interpreting it as a possible alien planet or parallel dimension. The children's sudden appearance and inability to explain their arrival have fueled beliefs that they may have been transported to Earth through a portal or by accident. Skeptics, of course, argue that the story is simply a medieval myth embellished over time. The lack of contemporary documentation and the reliance on second-hand accounts make it difficult to separate fact from fiction. Despite centuries of speculation, the green children of Woolpit remain an enduring enigma. Their tale continues to captivate those drawn to the strange and unexplained, serving as a reminder of how even the most outlandish stories can leave a lasting mark on our collective imagination. Were they refugees from another land, visitors from another world, or merely the product of creative storytelling? The truth may never be known, but the mystery lives on, haunting the village of Woolpit and all who hear its tale. Let's continue to our next story. In the early 20th century, the city of New Orleans was terrorized by a shadowy figure whose identity has never been discovered. Known only as the Axeman, this mysterious killer targeted families in their homes, leaving a trail of blood and fear that gripped the city. The case remains one of the most chilling and perplexing mysteries in American crime history. The Axeman's reign of terror began on May 23, 1918, when Joseph and Catherine Maggio, a grocer, and his wife, were found brutally murdered in their home. Both had been attacked with an axe, a weapon that had been left at the scene. The intruder had entered their home by chiseling out a panel from their back door, a detail that would become the killer's signature. Over the next 18 months, the Axeman struck again and again, claiming at least 6 lives and injuring many others. His victims came from various backgrounds, though many were Italian or Italian-American grocers. The attacks were ferocious, with the victims often bludgeoned with their own axes or razors. Despite the brutality of the crimes, the Axeman never left behind clear fingerprints or other conclusive evidence. The randomness and savagery of the murders left New Orleans in a state of panic. People began sleeping with weapons by their beds, and neighborhood watch groups patrolled the streets. Many theories emerged about the killer's motives and identity. Some believed the crimes were racially or ethnically motivated, while others speculated the Axeman was a deranged individual driven by an unknown personal vendetta. The case took an even stranger turn on March 13, 1919, when a letter purportedly written by the Axeman was published in local newspapers. The letter was addressed to the people of New Orleans and was both taunting and bizarre. The writer claimed to be a demon from hell and suggested that the murders were inspired by a supernatural force. Most chillingly, the letter included a peculiar promise. The Axeman would kill again on the night of March 19th, but would spare any home where a jazz band was playing. That night, New Orleans transformed into a citywide jazz festival. Families hosted gatherings with live music, bars were packed, and musicians played late into the night. True to his word, the Axeman did not strike, though his letter solidified his place as a dark legend in the city's history. Despite a few close calls, the Axeman was never apprehended. Witnesses who survived his attacks gave conflicting descriptions, and police were unable to connect the dots. The killer's method of entry, chiseling through doors, suggested he was calculating and methodical, but his choice of victims seemed random. His last known attack occurred in October 1919, after which the murders abruptly stopped, leaving the case cold. Over the years, the Axeman's identity has been the subject of endless speculation. Some theorists believe he was a local man with a personal grudge against grocers, while others suggest he was a professional burglar who turned to murder when interrupted. A few have even posited that the Axeman was a traveling killer who moved on after his spree in New Orleans. The supernatural elements of his letter have also inspired theories that he was an embodiment of pure evil, a force beyond human understanding. The case has left an indelible mark on New Orleans culture, inspiring books, music, and even an episode of the TV series American Horror Story, Coven. Despite its infamy, the Axeman's identity and motives remain unknown, and the case stands as one of the most haunting unsolved mysteries in American crime history. The story of the Axeman of New Orleans is a chilling reminder of how fear and uncertainty can grip a community. Was he a deranged maniac, a cunning criminal, or something far darker? Over a century later, the Axeman's legend endures, his shadow still looming over the city that once danced to stave off death. Let's move to our last story. The wind howled through the desolate forest as Clara tightened her coat around her shivering frame. The last golden rays of the sun melted into the horizon, leaving an oppressive, murky twilight. The villagers had warned her about wandering near Blackwood Forest after dark, but Clara had always scoffed at superstition. She was a journalist, bound by facts and logic, not whispers and fear. Still, as she stood at the edge of the forest, staring into its gnarled depths, a shiver prickled her skin that had nothing to do with the cold. The story had been too tempting. Children vanishing without a trace, a century-old legend of a malevolent presence haunting the woods, and the chilling coincidence of the disappearances aligning with the blood moon, set to rise that very night. She had come prepared, a flashlight, a digital recorder, and a notebook. What she wasn't prepared for was the suffocating silence that enveloped her the moment she stepped beneath the canopy of twisted trees. No chirping crickets, no rustling leaves, just an oppressive stillness, as though the forest itself were holding its breath. The deeper Clara ventured, the darker it became. Her flashlight beam cut through the gloom, illuminating skeletal branches that reached out like grasping hands. Every so often, she thought she heard faint whispers, but when she paused to listen, the sound disappeared. Just the wind, she muttered, trying to reassure herself. But doubt gnawed at the edges of her mind. After an hour of trudging through the thick undergrowth, Clara stumbled upon a clearing. At its center stood a decrepit cabin, leaning precariously to one side as if the earth itself was trying to swallow it. The windows were jagged voids, the door hung loosely on rusted hinges, and the air reeked of decay. Her instincts screamed at her to turn back, but the rational part of her mind urged her forward. This was the heart of the story, the place where the legend began. According to the villagers, this cabin had belonged to Isolde Blackwood, a reclusive widow accused of witchcraft centuries ago. After her son disappeared, she was said to have cursed the forest before vanishing herself. Clara pushed the door open, the creak echoing like a wail in the empty woods. The interior was worse than she had imagined. Rotting furniture, broken glass, and dark stains on the floorboards. She snapped photos, her camera's flash momentarily lighting up the gloom. Suddenly, she felt it, a presence. It was subtle at first, like the faint prickle of static electricity on her skin. Then came the whispers, faint but distinct, murmuring in a language she didn't recognize. Her heart pounded as she spun around, flashlight beam dancing across the room. "Hello?" she called out, her voice trembling. The whispers stopped. Clara swallowed hard and raised her recorder. "If anyone is here, I just want to talk," she said. "I'm a journalist looking into the legend of Isolde Blackwood. Can you tell me anything?" Silence. She was about to turn off the recorder when the cabin's air grew icy. Her breath misted in the beam of her flashlight, and the whispers returned, louder this time, overlapping in an eerie cacophony. Clara's flashlight flickered, and in the brief strobe of light, she saw something move in the shadows. "Who's there?" she demanded, panic creeping into her voice. The whisper stopped again, replaced by a single, guttural voice that growled, "Leave." Clara stumbled backward, nearly dropping her flashlight. The growl reverberated through her bones, and for the first time, she felt genuine terror. But her stubborn curiosity kept her rooted to the spot. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The shadows seemed to coalesce, pooling into a dense, writhing mass in the corner of the room. Two pinpricks of crimson light appeared, staring at her with malevolent intent. Clara froze, paralyzed by the sheer wrongness of the entity before her. It wasn't human. It wasn't even alive in the way she understood life. The thing moved toward her, an unnatural glide that defied the laws of physics. As it neared, Clara was overwhelmed by a crushing sense of dread, as though the air itself were pressing down on her chest. She wanted to scream, to run, but her body refused to obey. The entity stopped inches from her, its form shifting and writhing like smoke caught in a vortex. Then it whispered, in a voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once, "You shouldn't have come." Clara's flashlight died completely, plunging her into absolute darkness. Panic surged through her as she groped for the door, her breaths coming in ragged gasps. But the cabin seemed to shift around her, the walls stretching and twisting, trapping her in a labyrinth of shadows. She fumbled for her phone, hoping to use its flashlight, but before she could turn it on, she felt a cold, bony hand grip her wrist. She screamed, the sound swallowed by the oppressive silence. The whispers returned, louder and more insistent, drilling into her skull. Clara's vision blurred, and she felt herself being dragged, pulled toward something in the darkness. Desperation gave her strength, and she lashed out, her fist connecting with empty air. The grip loosened, and she stumbled backward, slamming into the wall. She clawed at the door, finally wrenching it open, and bolted into the forest. The whispers followed her, chasing her through the trees, their voices rising to an ear-splitting crescendo. Branches tore at her clothes and skin, but she didn't stop running until she burst out of the forest and collapsed onto the village road. The villagers found her the next morning, curled into a fetal position and muttering incoherently. She couldn't remember how she'd gotten out, nor could she explain the deep gashes on her arms that looked eerily like claw marks. Clara never wrote the story. She left the village the next day and never spoke of what happened in Blackwood Forest. But the whispers stayed with her, haunting her dreams and sometimes even echoing in the stillness of her apartment at night. And on the next blood moon, another child vanished near the forest, leaving behind only a single, chilling clue, a notebook filled with frantic scribbles of shadowy figures and crimson eyes. The legend lived on. And so did the darkness.